Meeting of the Madison Plan Commission of January 22nd, 2024 to order. First, we'll hear from our technical facilitator.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do the best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match your full name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After register and speak, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jesse. First item on the agenda is Plan Commission public comment period, and we don't have any registrants for public comment. Communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any? Commissioner Shepard.
Yes, for items 7 and 8, which used to be the Madison College downtown campus. I'm a current employee of Madison College, but I don't think this will have any influence on my decision-making ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I would just like to disclose that I am a neighbor of the project for agenda items 11 through 13, but that will not impact my vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I will recuse myself from items 9 and 10 on Huxley Street.
Okay, thank you. Next are minutes of our past meetings. So we will be considering minutes of the December 7th special meeting, the December 7th regular, December 11th regular meeting, and January 8th regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes, any of those minutes? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Solheim, seconded by Commissioner Shepard. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Upcoming meetings include regular meetings on February 5th and 26th and March 11th and 25th at 5:30, and those will be virtual. And then a special meeting on March 14th at 5 o'clock in room 215 of the Madison Municipal Building. Next, we will move to the consent agenda. It is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the consent agenda those items on which staff believes an applicant has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. These items are placed onto a consent agenda, and they're addressed at the beginning of our meeting. People interested in those items can go home or sign off in this case, unless a member of the Plan Commission requests separation, in which case the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken in the regular course of business. And I'll read the agenda items and then go back and give more detail. So the items up for consent agenda are agenda items 2, 3, 4, and then for referral, 5. Agenda item 6. Agenda items 14, 15, and 16. Agenda items 17 and 18 for referral. Agenda items 19, 20, 21, and 22. Are there any commissioners? Hold on just a second. There. Are there any commissioners who would like to request separation? Okay, seeing no raised hands, I will go back then and read each of those into the record. So agenda item 2, Legistar 81301, authorizing the City of Madison Planning Division to submit an application to the Capital Area Regional Planning Commission to expand the Central Urban Service Area to include properties located in the Reiner Neighborhood Development Plan area. Agenda item 3, Legistar 81303, authorizes City of Madison Planning Division to submit an application to the Capital Area Regional Planning Commission to expand the Central Urban Service Area to include the properties located in the High Point Raymond Neighborhood Development Plan area. Agenda item 4, Legistar 81305, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances entitled City Boundaries and being part of the chapter entitled Alder Districts and Wards, annexing to the 18th Alder District 9 parcels located in the town of Westport, generally addressed as 5000 North Sherman Avenue, and assigning a temporary zoning classification of temporary agricultural district. Agenda item 5, to be referred to March 11th at the request of the applicant, Legistar 80686. Agenda item 6, Legistar 81076, located at 1738 Roth Street, District 12, consideration of a conditional use in the Commercial Corridor Transitional District for a mission house. Agenda items 14, 15, 16, which are related, Legistar 81077, Legistar 81078, and Legistar 81085. Located at 15 Ellis Potter Court, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a commercial building. And also at 6110 Schrader Road and 1 through 15 Ellis Potter Court, consideration of a conditional use in the Suburban Employment District for a multifamily dwelling, and consideration of a conditional use in the Suburban Employment District for dwelling units in a mixed-use building to allow construction of a 3-story, 54-unit apartment building, 2-story, 11-unit townhouse building, and accessory garage. Legistar 81085, approving a certified survey map of property owned by BR15 Real Estate, located at 6110 Schrader Road and 1 through 15 Ellis Potter Court. And then for referral, agenda item 17 and 18, Legistar 81079 and 81080, to be referred to February 5th at the request of the applicant. Legistar agenda item 19, Legistar 81082, located at 829 East Washington Avenue, Urban Design District 8. Alder District 6, consideration of a conditional use in the Traditional Employment District for a building exceeding 5 stories and 68 feet in height, for a hotel, a major alteration for a planned multi-use site containing a hotel, for a food and beverage use, for an outdoor eating area for a food and beverage use and for accessory outdoor recreation to allow construction of a 15-story, 265-room hotel with a food and beverage use and outdoor eating area. Agenda item 20, Legistar 81264, located at 2413 South Park Street, District 14, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish an auto repair facility. Agenda item 21, Legistar 81265, located at 6402 Femrite Drive, Alder District 16, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence. And last on the consent agenda, agenda item 22, Legistar 81266, located at 7901 East Buckeye Road, Alder District 16, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a 2-story commercial building, also addressed as 3737 CTHAB, Town of Cottage Grove. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Solheim, seconded by Commissioner Shepherd. And I will assume unanimous consent on the consent agenda unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the consent agenda passes unanimously. Next items on the agenda are agenda item 7 and 8, which are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. I will open the public hearing. Oh, first we need to hear from staff. Sorry about that. So Colin. Let's
Yes.
hear about the projects.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Before the Commission now is a zoning map amendment from UMX to PD GDP SIP to convert the existing Madison College site downtown to a mixed-use building with 134 dwelling units and commercial spaces, and to construct an 11-story hotel with 345 rooms at 33 West Johnson Street in the hole along Wisconsin Avenue that I'm sure everyone is aware of. The applicant is also seeking conditional use approval for a building exceeding the Capitol View height limit. A bit of project history. In September 2018, the Plan Commission did approve the requested conditional uses in the existing UMX district to convert the Madison College building into a different hotel plus an 8-story addition totaling 310 guest rooms. The Madison College parking structure was demolished. Some interior demolition began when the project was halted, primarily due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But a number of other issues. The original development team has since pulled out of the proposal and the development rights have transferred to the applicant. PDs must be found to achieve one or more objectives listed in the code. Staff believes that objectives B and D are being achieved by the proposal, especially with the recommended conditions of approval. As noted in the staff report, the applicant also believes that the applicant also believes that they are meeting objective A. There's some discussion in the staff report about that as well. The request must be found to meet the standards for PDs. In summary, staff believes that standards C through G can be found met, subject to the conditions from the reviewing agencies found at the end of the report. With some additional discussion regarding A, B, and H especially because the applicant is also requesting a zoning map amendment to exceed the 8+2 bonus story height limit in the downtown zoning height map. As this is a PD, the Urban Design Commission has also reviewed and made a recommendation to the Plan Commission with specific findings on the design objectives for downtown. The UDC did grant initial approval of the requested PD with conditions and findings. The proposal will need to return to UDC for final approval prior to final verification and sign off. Regarding the conditional use for the projection into the Capitol View preservation height limit, the area of the mechanical yard projection, as shown, would be amongst the largest of those approved recently by conditional use. However, the highest point of the projection is only about 6 feet 4 inches above the Capitol View preservation height limit, which is at one of the lowest projections into the height limit. So the extent is large, but the height is low. Most of the approved projections in recent years are generally 10 feet or more above the Capitol View height preservation limit. Staff have discussed the projections with applicant team's architects, and based on these discussions, staff believes that the heights of the elevator overruns and the mechanical yard screening can be reduced, and that portions of that screening wall can be moved inward away from the public streets and potential public view. Finally, staff notes that there has been a significant amount of design and redesign work on the terrace, the sidewalk, the hotel drop-off and driveways, and the trees and landscaping along the Wisconsin Avenue frontage. A large number of communications and meetings between the applicant, the staff, the alder, and the neighborhood association. 2 of the 4 existing trees along Wisconsin Avenue are proposed to be removed by the applicant and replaced with new trees as determined by the city forester. The wide grassy terrace will remain, except for the 2 proposed driveway curb cuts. City Forester Ian Brown is in attendance at this meeting, and he is available to answer questions regarding the street trees. After the public hearing, I am also available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Colin, and thank you for being here, Ian. So I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Andy Inman. Aspen Commons, Middleton, in support and wishing to speak, and representing the developer. It's not indicated, but Andy, could you clarify, please?
Yeah, that's correct. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Colin, for the report. NCG Hospitality is the applicant and the developer for this project. With me today, well, I'll introduce myself, I guess, first. My role with NCG Hospitality, I am the Chief Development Officer. Also with me today, and we're only logged in as one participant here, but both Andrea Schaub, Principal Architect and the lead architect for this project, is with me, and Rob Earn, also a Principal Architect with Cooper Carey. I believe we have a couple people registered to answer questions if needed. Carly Bowles with Psyche Design on landscape architecture, and then Nathan Wadier with Reinhardt is available to answer questions. What I'd like to do in the interest of time, I know you've got or had a long agenda, but much of that has been addressed with the consent agenda. But in the interest of time, I won't reiterate kind of the project overview that Colin's done a good job of summarizing. Next slide, please. What we will focus on is really the plan progression from where we initially were when we submitted the project and introduced this both to city staff and neighborhood. We'll walk through some of the significant changes that we made to address those comments, and then focus on the PD standards and then some of the other unique issues that were addressed in the staff report. Next slide, please.
And Andy,
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to note that Andy, Andrea Schaub, and Rob are pooling their time for a total of 9 minutes. Go ahead, Andy.
Great, thank you for doing that. So this is the initial site plan that we had initially introduced to city staff and the neighborhood, and there were a number of very objectionable items here that we heard back from both staff and the neighborhood. And I wanted to start here just highlighting some of those items and how we've worked hard to listen to neighborhood and staff and the Urban Design Commission and incorporate meaningful changes to address those comments. The 4 items highlighted here, we initially were proposing 2 separate entrances, one for the Residence Inn on Johnson Street, shown as number 2 here, and then a second separate entrance for the Autograph Hotel, shown as number 3 on this exhibit. We also had a loading entrance or loading dock off of Johnson, which was problematic from a traffic perspective, and then more significant changes to rework the terrace on Wisconsin Avenue. Next slide, please. What we did, we truly we took those comments to heart and basically started over on the first floor. We flipped the entire interior floor plan on the first floor so that our loading is now coming off of Dayton Street, shown here as number 1 on the bottom of the slide. We combined the 2 entrances. It doesn't necessarily work as well from the brand perspective, but it did allow us to remove the entry from Johnson Street over to the shared arrival off of Wisconsin Avenue. And then perhaps most importantly, we were able to revise our design and tuck that entrance for both hotels and the restaurants and some of the other uses under the building, which allowed us to preserve the width and horizontal alignment of the terrace along Wisconsin Avenue. Next slide. Last slide I have here before I turn it over to Andrea is just a summary of some of the significant items with respect to the PD standards that Colin mentioned. First of all, this is an entire city block that we've integrated a number of different mixed uses, including the 2 hotels I mentioned, 134 new residential units. So these are all going to be new residential units in downtown Madison to help that challenge that we have in downtown Madison. 3 restaurants, lounges, meeting event spaces. Kind of the big idea, and I won't spend a lot of time on it, is the Winter Garden in a mid-block interior courtyard. So inside that block, it'll allow us to program it for a number of different activations and things like that. Commercial spaces, and then 2 levels of subterranean parking, and then significantly the historic preservation component of the adaptive reuse, converting the former school building into the housing that I mentioned earlier. And then the last 2 items there that, again, I won't go into detail. There's some information in the record on our sustainability provisions, as well as the commitment to addressing the transportation demand model that has been approved by the city. So I know that was quick. We certainly can answer questions if you have any detailed questions. I will turn it over to Andrea Schaub, who can address the remaining slides here.
So Andrea is at North Washington Avenue out of Alexandria, Virginia. Andrea, go ahead.
Thank you. So we're going to just go through a very, very quick overview of the exterior design, and then we'll dive into a couple of the issues that were brought up at the last UDC meeting. What you see here, obviously, is a rendering of the corner of Dayton and Wisconsin, and it's really the culmination of work between the neighborhood, the UDC, and our group. And there are a handful of comments, and conditions 10 to be specific, from the UDC that we are working through with them right now. We are in complete agreement and alignment with those comments. So we'll be altering a couple of things based on that. If you can go ahead to the next slide. The big idea with the design was that we were working to create a big moment at the corner, really push some energy up towards the Capitol, towards that view, and then back from the Capitol, and allow the shoulders to be something that's a little more quiet, something that corner language can launch from, but with a lot of really strong, rich detailing. If you go to the next slide. And a lot of our design efforts have been focused on the pedestrian realm and making sure that's something that's really dynamic, a really interesting journey across the site on all four sides of the site, quite frankly, but specifically along Wisconsin, Johnson, and Dayton. So that's something we're working with UDC on as well. Next slide. From there, we'll talk a little bit about long views. This is a view taken from Wisconsin Avenue, looking back towards the Capitol, both from the street and from the sidewalk. You'll see here that our building actually steps back a couple of feet past or inward from the property line. So we will in no way impede any view from any of the existing structures back to the Capitol. We tuck back a little bit further than 100 Wisconsin and the Concourse building. If you go to the next slide. So looking from the Capitol back the other direction, you can see our building against holds that street wall and also maintains the scale of the surrounding buildings or the contextual buildings around us. You can go to the next slide. This view is looking up Johnson, and this is one that we're working with UDC on adding a little bit of detail to the facade that faces directly this direction as you're moving down Johnson. Hard to see here because of all the trees, which is fine. Lots of good landscape, but we're going to continue that landscape onto our site. You go on to the next. So from that, moving straight into some of the encroachments or the projections into the Capitol height limit. This is just a slide that captures the ask from staff, the UDC staff, regarding the screening walls we have for some of our mechanical equipment. Basically, there was a request to remove a screen wall around some of our overrides and stairs, and then reduce the size and potentially height of the mechanical screening as well. You can go to the next slide. So this is just a graphic representation showing the changes that we've made. So basically, the screen wall that was around the elevator overrides and stair we've removed. And then the other mechanical enclosures, we've compressed in as much as we possibly can to allow the clearances around the equipment itself. And we've lowered all of that screening by 2 feet. So we were encroaching upwards of 6 feet to 6'4" to be exact. And then we're now down to 4'2". The stair does still encroach at the 6'4" mark. It's just what we need to get out the door, basically. But everything else we've taken down to only a 4'4" projection into that height limit. And just to make note, all of our screening, all of the elevator overrides, everything we did, we pulled into the innermost portion of the lot as far inside the tower as we possibly could. So as you can see, we're over 70 feet set back from the right-of-way along Wisconsin Avenue. So we can go to the next slide. Just going back to the original rendering, you can see you cannot see any of that screening from grade, from any vantage point. In fact, the only place you might be able to see any of this is from the Concourse building next door, if you're up in their tower.
Here, Zellers, I'm sorry, that is time.
Okay, thank you. I didn't.
We're done. Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much, Heather. And thank you for your information. Moving on, then, the next registrant is Blake Richter, who's in support and available to answer questions, and Nathan Wadier, who's in support and available to answer questions representing NCG Hospitality. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for the applicants. I'm interested in the loading dock area on the ground floor. I see that looks like it's going to serve both hotels, is my impression. And I'm interested in any loading facilities for apartment dwellers, or will that area be shared?
Yeah, it should be unmuted now. If you could go to what I believe is the 4th slide. Very good question. And this was, well, I should give Andrea and Rob credit for figuring this out. It really was kind of a three-dimensional puzzle, but when we did the big flip to move the loading to Dayton Street amongst the other changes, what they were able to figure out are routes, if you will, through the building to serve both hotels, as you have pointed out. So off of Dayton Street, those two loading docks there will handle all of the loading needs for both hotels. And then the adjacency to the multifamily building to the left of the blue number 1 and loading dock highlighted here, they've been able to figure out a corridor. You can kind of see it there, the darker gray that feeds into the multifamily building. So we will have a dedicated loading zone there that can facilitate residents moving in and out.
And just one more little point, we have the 2 bays that you see that are for loading use. And there's also, just to the right of that, there's also a trash bay as well, separate from loading. So that way, all the trash, exact same paths that Andy just mentioned, they all come into that same place for both the hotels and the residential.
Thank you. That's helpful. And will the trash and recycling for the apartment building be handled through that facility or through the little darker gray area?
Yeah, there will be a trash room in the multifamily building, but that will also connect then. And so as far as the pickup for trash, it'd be in the same area.
Okay, great. Just one more question. I noticed in the staff report that they had a condition about the need to have more bike stalls than what were shown in the renderings, I guess. And I'm assuming that that's no problem for you.
Yeah, it's not a problem at all. We've got the wide. It's on private property, so it's not a terrace, but the landscaping areas there around the multifamily buildings, so we can incorporate more exterior bike parking. And then we'll also have a dedicated indoor bike storage and maintenance area for residents who want to work on their bikes.
Thanks. Yeah, I read that you were going to have a maintenance component also, which is great because this is in such a bike friendly neighborhood.
Absolutely.
I guess just one more question, maybe just out of curiosity. Is the kitchen on the 11th floor serving restaurants on lower floors?
No, there would actually be the first floor restaurant would have its own dedicated kitchen. And then the 11th floor restaurant would have its own dedicated kitchen.
Oh, okay. In the drawing, I wasn't able to identify where the restaurant was on the 11th floor, other than the large outdoor area. But some of that space must be for a restaurant then. Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of parking related questions for the applicant. In the drawings, you show 2 accessible spaces, and the number of parking that you're providing, you need 2 additional, which includes a van accessible spaces. Are you going to have the required number of spaces in there from an accessible standpoint?
We absolutely will. And part of that, so a good chunk of the parking for the hotel would be valet. But then for the residential areas, we'll have to make sure that those numbers match and address the ADA components.
Okay. Then my second question is, I did not see any EV charging stations. Were you planning to provide any of those?
Yeah, we've gone to that in most of our projects now, where we'll install at least a base level, but then we'll also plan for the future and make sure we've got conduit and the infrastructure to handle additional stalls as that demand grows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. 2 questions. One, just to follow up on the EV chargers, would those be available for both the residential users as well as hotel?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And then I noted in the staff report, and I know this is going back to UDC, and part of that discussion will be additional landscaping on Dayton Street. I think that's important, especially going through all of what you just described for the loading zones. Otherwise, that could be. I think that side could use a little beautification. So I was glad to see that condition. I just wanted to confirm that was on your radar, and that your landscape architecture team would continue working on that with UDC.
Yeah, we've already met on that or discussed that in some detail. There's a easement there for sidewalk that encroaches. So we'll either have 2.5 feet or I believe 5 feet, one or the other for landscaping. We missed that. That was a good call out in the staff comments to add some of that. And the last thing, just as a plug for the landscape plan. If you're driving down Johnson right now, you've got some nice canopy trees on the opposite side of the street alongside the church there, but nothing on our side. And we will plant terrace trees there and small terrace. So we'll start to kind of match the canopy that's on the other side.
Thank you. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Since we're talking about parking, I thought I would just ask you, Andy, about your process of how you came up with 149 parking stalls for 134 apartments and, I've lost the number, 300 and some hotel rooms. And I'm wondering, in your process with the neighborhood, did you talk about those numbers or with staff? I'm certainly not one to promote more parking stalls, but I'm just curious if you've thought about renting spaces in the adjacent city garage if you needed to, or what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, that's another good question. And yes to all of the above. So as far as meeting the demand for the residents, we'll have to make sure that we've got appropriate parking accommodations for the residential users now. As far as the hotel, we have a lot more flexibility with how we park the hotel guests, because all of that, when we went to combining the two hotel arrival lanes, all of that will be served by valet. So very similar to what we do at the AC Hotel on Webster. All of that's valet. We have some on-site parking at the AC Hotel, but then we've had a kind of a good working relationship and win-win relationship with the parking utility, where we're leasing certain number of stalls there so that our valets can use those stalls as well. And that truly is a good setup and relationship with the parking utilities. They try to recoup some of the revenues that they've struggled to hit after the pandemic. And the other benefit is that our guests are using those overnight, when most times those stalls are sitting empty. So I know that's a long answer. We're still working with the city parking utility on the exact number of those stalls, and they're of course making sure that there's still adequate stalls and parking for the public.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Seeing no other raised hands, I do have a few questions too, just to follow up on a couple of things. The parking, I assume that it is the charge for residents, that it would be separate from their unit rental cost?
That's what we're looking at right now, yes.
Okay, good. And in regard to the trash pickup, is there room for the trash truck to turn around, or is it going to have to back out onto the street?
I'm not sure they would even pull in there, depending on what we use. So at the AC, what they do is they actually wheel the containers out and pick them from essentially the parking lane. we'll have to sit down with the company and figure out that you wouldn't turn it around there. If we did enter in there, if it was, say, a compactor, what they would do is they would back in similar to a vehicle that's entering the loading area. So they would back in, pull the compactor, and then pull out.
My concern would be so often those trash trucks double park, block a lane.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be doing anything to avoid that kind of problem?
Yeah, I don't think they would need to do that here because there is a parking lane up against the curb. So they wouldn't be in a traveled lane. They would either be.
Yeah, unless cars are parked in the parking lane.
True. Yes. Yeah. I think we'd have to look at that and figure out what we designate is like straight loading area, like we will, like the AC hotel that you're familiar with, that is designated loading zone. So that is available for refuse collection when they pull up to collect the refuse.
We do have about 40 foot
of loading
space across that if somebody needed to pull up, they could pull up in that space.
Right in front of the. So what Andrea just shared, if you could hear that, there's 40 feet when you add up the length along the curb there for the loading zone and the trash area. All of that is 40 feet in length.
Okay, so I would just urge you to make sure that that it doesn't have to be in the traffic lane when the trash truck comes.
Okay.
And in regard to the trees, and later we could ask Ian this too, but are you planning to replace the compacted soil from the construction with soil that would help a newly planted tree to thrive?
Yeah, so the existing trees that will remain, we will protect, and the Moxie Hotel that we're building on East Wash right now, you can see the tree protection fencing and kind of signage around those trees used to protect the terrace trees. So anything that would remain, we would protect those during construction. Any of the compacted soils that would post construction get a tree, we would what the staff report or some of the city comments either require or asking for requesting would be a silvocell or something like that.
Okay.
So that the trees do have room to continue to grow.
Okay, excellent. A couple more questions. Are you going to have a management plan for the apartments?
Is it managing what? Just how we're leasing? Or?
Yes, safety kinds of issues is what we have seen in other management plans or move in, move out kinds of approaches in a management plan. Are you?
We definitely would. So in addition to just our standard lease terms, we would have rules and regulations that would address all of those types of things with our tenants.
Okay. And then finally, I'm interested in sustainability, and I'm glad that you mentioned the sustainability. I'm not sure I saw anything that was kind of like out there in terms of sustainability. It was some of the things that we're kind of routinely seeing now, but help me if there is something that you think is a bit more cutting edge. So that's kind of one question. Associated with that, did you consider at all geothermal? Did you consider having a significant like solar arrays to help with the energy requirement and needs of this development?
Yeah, a couple things, and I wouldn't disagree with you. The document that is uploaded there, in some cases, those are things that are just good development practices, and we are committed to doing those things, and that's really what you're seeing is what we're, what the current design incorporates. One of the things we're doing at NCG Hospitality, and I'll make this very brief, but we have just reinvigorated our sustainability program, where we're looking at not just the upfront sustainability components, and many of those things you saw in the I believe it's the January 2nd document that's been uploaded. So a lot of those things are things that are kind of baked into the design and will help develop and construct the buildings in a more sustainable manner. But as far as operationally, we're revamping our sustainability program, working with our brand partners, Marriott and Hilton, and a lot of the more cutting edge things that they're doing to look at water use and reducing the amount of water and energy used in our hotels. Much of that will be incorporated into the mechanical systems that we are proposing as part of the design. VRF design is an example. So hotels often have what they call PTAC systems that are actually a hole in the side of the building, not a very sustainable thing from a heating and cooling perspective. But the VRF system is a very efficient system, and it'll allow us to manage, get guest room temperature and things like that. When a building is vacant, we'll have a system that can manage that better. Similar with water use. So, kind of across the board on the operations side, we are in the process of incorporating much more cutting edge, sustainable practices.
That's good to hear. Did you consider geothermal?
Not on this project. Solar, we're looking at heavily. On this project, what I suspect, we're down into some fairly competent soils at the bottom of that second parking layer. And I think that would be very, it'd be technically challenging, but we haven't looked at it in any detail, and I think it would be difficult on this project. Solar, we're looking at. We actually are building a dual branded hotel in Flagstaff, Arizona, right now, and that's kind of a high desert environment. And the costs of solar have come down, but it still is not. The payback period is still double digits, which was a surprise to me. I thought in a climate like that, it'd be better. So we aren't doing that in the Midwest yet, but we are watching it and certainly are, looking to incorporate more of those types of systems.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. I would encourage you to continue doing those sustainability kinds of efforts. Any further questions of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair Zellers, and I feel guilty if I'm going ahead of any commissioners and asking questions.
I would have called on the commissioners first, but they didn't have raised hands, so
I'm happy to yield if any commissioners do have questions. You'll notice that our city forester Ian Brown has turned his camera on because I gave him a heads up that I did want to have a bit of a public colloquy with him about the critical issue regarding the tree canopy on Wisconsin Avenue. So with everyone's indulgence, I think this will be helpful to not only the commission, but to stakeholders that have been active in this process. So thank you again, Ian, for being here tonight and for being willing to obviously answer our questions. So I wish to direct, and Ian knows I'm asking him this, but I wish to direct the commissioner's attention to the proposed forestry condition number 67 in your staff report, again, 6.7. And you'll see in that condition that forestry at this time is declaring, if you will, that they are not optimistic that it's possible to save all 4 or even 3 of those very mature trees on Wisconsin Avenue, something that was a subject of very robust conversation, as the applicants alluded to in their testimony. And I obviously will have more to say when it's my turn to testify, but Ian, could you go into some detail, please, with the commissioners as to why you and your colleague Brad Hoffman have apparently reached this conclusion that you think 2 of the 4 mature trees are goners due to the proposed driveway size and placement? And before you answer, let me also direct everyone's attention to Traffic Engineering Division proposed condition number 40. And that condition requires the applicant to work with TE to reduce the width of the driveways. So as a further preamble, with everyone's indulgence, at the last meeting of the Mansion Hill neighborhood back in November, there was both positive comments by the applicant, Andy Inman, and Brad Hoffman from Forestry, that they would continue to work to see if they could preserve that 3rd or 4th tree and work on the driveway size and placement and so forth. So my question to you, Ian, is if you could just explain why at this point you don't think there's any hope for further compromise or optimism that we might save 1 or 2 additional mature trees on Wisconsin Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Any is a strong word, but what I would say is because they are mature trees, those are trees that certainly caught our attention from the start of this project. They frame that block, they frame that entire neighborhood, and the area would look different without them. Now, with that being said, in our numerous conversations with the applicant, as well as the rest of the city team, our general request, because of their maturity, was to move the approach and where those driveways would be, make it a single driveway instead of a U driveway. The geometry was changed some, but we were unable to get that driveway moved to either the Johnson or Dayton side. And so then it became an issue of, in working with all of the partners involved, what can we do to support the trees that remain, as well as keep that wide showcase terrace. And the applicant was interested and able to accommodate some of those asks. Just the geometry of where that driveway would be is you would be cutting enough structural roots that would cause us to take pause over the structural stability of those trees to remain. Because they are mature, they're less resilient as far as being able to recover from that type of damage. Also, at least the one larger tree, the 24-inch ash, it does have a large structural limb that is growing towards the construction area. And that's something that I discussed when I met on site with Mr. Inman himself, and kind of the clearance that they would need to be able to do work, constructing of the project itself. That branch would have to come off. And so, there too, like, even if we were to try and retain the tree and remove a branch of that size, we'd be opening up a pocket of decay that would never close. And you'd be introducing that tree to, potential for failure in part of the main stem at some time down the line. I don't know exactly when that would be. And so in the interest of preserving the other trees on site, what the applicant had communicated as far as their willingness to work with us on amending soil conditions to make those really viable planting sites, not only in those 2 locations, but also further around the parcel, adding green space and a grass terrace along Johnson so that we could have planting that would basically frame the north side of Johnson as well as the south side of Johnson, where there's existing honey locust mature canopy that's there. We thought that was a reasonable accommodation to help support the project going forward, as well as an opportunity to really try and grow and support Madison's canopy for the long-term future. Losing those trees is something that we take very seriously. I think with this commission, as well as you yourself, like we've talked about the decades worth of impact that losing a mature tree can carry. And so that's not something at all that we take lightly. But I have great confidence in both the applicant as well as the city team on what we were able to reach as far as negotiations around those trees and the loss of the canopy of those two in particular.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that background, and I certainly appreciate you and your colleagues in forestry working hard on this and taking the concerns of the neighborhood seriously. I know that you and myself and planning staff all share these concerns and have with the applicant from really day one. You spoke in particular about the difficulty with the 24-inch ash tree because it would have to be significantly pruned. It's extended into MATC's air rights that are there today. Can you just say a little further why you don't think that we might be able to soften your proposed condition number 67 to try to see if we can do anything to save the 18-inch ash tree? And I should point out, as I'm sure everyone on the commission realizes, that forestry has dutifully chemically treated these ash trees from the beginning of our emerald ash borer mitigation efforts years ago.
I'm glad that you brought that up. Thank you. So because we have an effective treatment program, just removing and replacing ash is not our default answer for any of these trees. They're in place and our treatment process is working. Whenever we remove an ash tree, we're certainly replanting with something different. But my professional experience is that mature trees, certainly when you remove a branch that's greater than 6 to 8 inches, they'll never have an opportunity to fully close over. And so trees, when you have a wound, they compartmentalize that wound. They don't heal. And so I think we've all seen this too. When trees close over, you prune and it kind of closes over like a concentric circle. And that basically, there's a pocket of decay that's in there, but the tree itself has protection walls that try and keep that pocket of decay localized so it doesn't expand throughout the rest of the trunk and the canopy. So when you have a very large wound that is introduced, the tree itself just won't have an opportunity to close over. And so you're always going to have that kind of pocket of decay open. The tree itself could stand potentially for a period of time. I don't know how long that would be. It would be a lot to try and work around. In this case, I guess rather than having a tree that would remain and then potentially succumb to any number of things 3 or 5 years later, the developer was willing to kind of go down the route of what if we removed the tree and amended the soil site. So many urban soils are compacted, with limited organic matter. And so we've talked about ways that we could amend the soil, basically to excavate out what's there, replace that with topsoil, and make like a silvocell type of situation without actually having the infrastructure of the silvocell. If you're going to have a grass terrace, if you're going to be putting compaction over the top, whether that's through pavement or other means, then yes, a silvocell. And Andy had alluded to that. So some of the other sites around the property where the terrace trees are going to be in closer proximity to sidewalks and pavement, we're actually adding silvocells to those sites. So right now, where you have trees that are planted in box outs, we'd actually have an opportunity to amend the site, make it better for planting. And then also in the choice of the trees themselves, really have an opportunity going forward that will have large canopy trees that would potentially reach maturity. Whereas right now, they're going to always struggle no matter what you plant. So I guess similar to my opening comments, saying there is absolutely nothing that we could ever do. That's a very strong statement. I just don't have great confidence that, a tree of that size, having the amount of disturbance and pruning that it would take, would ultimately make it. And so I would hate to miss the opportunity to do something better with the site if we would potentially lose the tree just through advanced decline a few years down the road.
And thank you, Ian. And that goes for both trees. Obviously, the one would require more significant pruning, the 24-inch, but everything you just articulated, you would also say for the 18.
Yeah. So with trees of that size too, like as a practice, the city of Madison, like we ask developers or excavators to stay at least 5 feet away from the trunk. That's a very small amount, especially for the trees of that size. Most professional standards, best management practices with excavation around trees are at least a foot per diameter inch. So thinking about staying at least 24 feet away from that tree, anywhere from a foot to 2 feet per diameter inch. So anywhere from 24 to 48 feet staying away from the base of that largest ash tree. And so when we started drawing lines on the map of, how would we stay that far away from the tree to have confidence that they could remain, that was just in overt conflict with the geometry of the driveway as it was installed. And it wasn't close. And so that's where we started kind of having the alternate discussion of, if we were to remove the trees, what could we work with the developer and other city partners on for greening up a more total part of the parcel? So it's not a direct trade of those trees make the other parts greener. But it was an opportunity to really kind of expand the scope to what are we doing for the whole project versus what would we lose in just those 2 trees.
Yeah, thank you again, Ian. So lastly, here, the bottom line is, as proposed condition number 67 is worded, you don't think there's any reason why we should tonight massage that language, which is kind of boilerplate language that your staff uses in these reports at this point. You think it's, I know you've said now twice that my use of the word any is nothing that you wish to concede to, but and I'll also, I don't need to remind the commissioners, as you know, Ian, the Board of Public Works and the Common Council the final say on the development agreement and what's in the public right of way, not this condition being the end all and be all necessarily. I just, on the one hand, don't want to get unnecessary hope to stakeholders that are so concerned about this gorgeous, majestic tree canopy on Wisconsin Avenue, but on the other hand, don't want to completely throw in the towel if you don't have to see if there's something that you and your colleagues and the applicant and Ken Psyche Design and their other team members could perhaps figure out. So anyway, I don't know if you want to say anything more and see if there's anything in that, and as you look at the language in the proposed condition that Brad drafted, if you think it could be massaged at all, or if you think that would be inappropriate tonight.
I guess to avoid leading the neighborhood or anyone on, I think it's unlikely that we would come to an alternate solution, but I'm absolutely willing to entertain discussions on that. I'm certainly not closing the door tonight. I think if there was an opportunity to talk between yourself, the neighborhood, the developer, us, traffic engineering, and there were other opportunities to retain the tree or to have excavation further away from the trunks of those trees than exist in that's drafted within the plan right now, that's absolutely something that we could consider. So no, I'm not slamming the door for sure. I just seeing the amount of amendment that the applicant had already made and accommodations to other asks that we had. I guess I didn't want to go down the road of like it's all or nothing. But if there's an opportunity to continue this conversation, Brad and I are certainly open to it. I'm happy to have that.
Thank you so much, Ian. Really appreciate it. Appreciate this colloquy. Thank you, Chair Zellers and Commissioners, for your indulgence. Thank you.
Whoops, I was muted. Thank you, Alder Verveer. And thank you, Ian. Are there questions of staff from the commissioners? Commissioner McCahill.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the zoning change correctly. The way I'm reading this, the main reason for the PD is because of the 11 stories, and that the 11 stories couldn't be allowed under the current UMX, even with a conditional use. Is that right?
Colin?
Yes, that is correct. Under UMX, the applicant would have to abide by the downtown zoning height map, which is 8 stories in this site, plus a additional 2 stories under certain conditions. There's the more recent provision for going higher than that for affordable housing. But the applicant had opted not to take that path, so they requested the plan development.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
So can you, someone please clarify this last conversation about the tree? Was there a condition associated with the trees that we have purview over? I'm trying to find it on the report.
Yes. So the conditions regarding the street trees are, sorry, I have to scroll down to them. Begin at number 64 and then go to condition number 77. I think the primary condition that Alder Verveer was referencing was number 67. So that is on page 18 of the staff report.
What is the number? I'm sorry.
67 is the one that Alder Verveer was referring to.
Okay, thanks. So the trees belong to the city. Is that why is this is the, we can put conditions on it? I'm just trying to understand that part.
So the terrace trees do belong to the city. All of this trees between the sidewalk and the street.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Alder. Heather, did you have something to add?
Just briefly, wanted to clarify that the forestry conditions are really helpful to basically show the full picture of what will happen in the public right-of-way associated with this project. So forestry has taken a lot of time, in this case and others, to examine the likely impacts. And so a lot of the conditions you see under forestry are, simply notifying the Plan Commission and the public of what's likely to happen as a result of the redevelopment. And I think Alder Verveer's noting, a question as to is there any way that those trees can be saved, and could the language be softened in condition 67? But the Plan Commission doesn't ultimately have purview over what forestry will determine in the terrace. A lot of these conditions are really helpful notes to kind of paint that full picture of what's happening.
So again, so then furthermore, if this were, we don't have purview over that. I get it, which is what I was.
But I think you heard from the city forester that they would be willing to make an effort with the developer and others to try to save 1 or 2 of those trees. It's just that they want to be as straightforward as possible so as not to set the expectation that they can be saved. And that's why you see condition 67 worded the way that it is. Is that right, Ian? Feel free to step in.
Yeah, no, thank you, Heather. I think at this point, based on the geometry of the driveway as drafted, we were losing 2 trees, but kind of like where our conversation has come from, we've certainly worked to try and save, like, the best tree on that block is actually the first tree. And so anytime that we have mature canopy, I guess both for the commission as well as the public that's attending, I wanted to be very transparent that there has been a lot of conversation, both internal and external, within the neighborhood, with the Alder, with Plan Commission, TE, developer, everyone, really revolving around the 4 trees and the wide grass terrace that's there. It's a very unique situation, and we wanted to try and retain that as best that we could, both for this project as well as going forward. We felt that was very important for the city and for the site itself. And so I'm never, super excited about endorsing mature tree removal. But I think in this case, there have been a lot of hours spent and really dedicated folks working on how do we use this situation, use the parcel itself, and the trees to try and have the best overall outcome that we possibly can. So I'm pretty excited about where it's at. The conversation is not over, and I'm very comfortable with that. But we have some great partners on board here.
Thank you. Alder
So-
Figueroa Cole.
Yes, thank you. So I have two more questions, or maybe only one, but is this project actually coming through council for approval? Or is this one of the ones that stays here in Plan Commission?
This is a zoning map amendment as well, so this does come to council.
Okay, so again, I just wanted, trying to understand that what the expectation is on regards to when this comes to council. Are we gonna have now 20 people taking a vote about the trees or making changes about the trees that will impact the whole design of this project? Like, I really would like, I don't know if you guys are the right people for that, but trying to understand what the expectation is on that regard. Because we can, the Plan Commission, I get it, not our purview, but
Heather?
how will that go in council?
Sure. So the council will, depending on, what the Plan Commission does this evening, the council will be taking this up tomorrow evening as a short report. And that's due to the fact that the last Plan Commission meeting was canceled. So it's going to council on its normal schedule tomorrow evening, January 23rd. And at that point, what would typically happen is that the council would vote to uphold the Plan Commission recommendation, or could modify the Plan Commission recommendation, or could vote, to place the item on file as well. So, the council has ultimate authority over this rezoning request, and therefore they have the ability to ultimately approve, place on file, or change the conditions of approval associated with the project. But I think, ultimately our city forester does make, decisions about what happens in the rights of way. And if the council isn't satisfied with what they're seeing here, I suppose they could, they could change the language or modify a Plan Commission recommendation. But typically the council would take very seriously the Plan Commission recommendation.
Thank you, Heather.
Any follow-ups, Alder?
No, I mean, it just doesn't seem as straightforward as other issues. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Alder Verveer, you had something to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair Zellers. And again, thank you to you and the commission for your indulgence with my fairly long colloquy with the city forester. I really appreciate that. I want to take my time in my testimony to begin with a stakeholder who reported to me that he was unsuccessful in registering for the meeting tonight to testify, and so sent me some testimony that I have volunteered to share. And that registrant is a stakeholder right across West Dayton Street, Steve Zanoni, the Chief Operating Officer and General Manager of the Madison Concourse Hotel. So this is only a few sentences long. Again, appreciate everyone allowing me to read this on behalf of Steve, since he did try unsuccessfully to register tonight to deliver the testimony himself. I wanted to express some concerns regarding the 33 West Johnson project. We share some of the same opinions as the Urban Design Commission regarding the lack of Dayton Street long views and design details on renderings and concerns with lack of landscape on Dayton Street. As the city's largest convention hotel, the Madison Concourse hosts close to 500,000 visitors attending meetings, conventions, and events each year. The hotel produces more group and convention room nights than even Monona Terrace and is one of the largest economic drivers in downtown Madison. These views on Dayton Street will create the first impression of our downtown for many of our visitors. We are also highly concerned with the loading dock trash access on Dayton Street and how this will impact Dayton Street visually and the potential major traffic congestion. So that concludes Steve's testimony. And so I appreciate the opportunity to share that for him due to the technical difficulties. So let me state at the top that I, unequivocally am supportive of both of these agenda items. You got the taste of how much work has been done with stakeholders just on the tree issue alone. So I do want to begin by stating that obviously this is a significant project for downtown Madison and indeed the whole city. It's been far too long that we've had that hole in the ground, such a prime location in the heart of our city ever since March of 2020 when Drury Southwest construction crews walked off the job site when the pandemic came to our community. We've had a few false starts since then, including something that frankly a lot of people were excited about, an affordable housing proposal for that block that unfortunately just wasn't to be. North Central Group Hospitality has really proven to be a great partner. I'm excited that they're locally owned. They locally own and operate so many really great properties in our community. And I have to just say that it's always a pleasure working with Andy in particular and his team at NCG Hospitality. I also want to thank the Mansion Hill neighborhood, the District of Capital Neighborhoods, Inc., for all of their work. The steering committee's report you see is in your packet. And as always, also want to thank the Urban Design Commission for their excellent work and appreciate that there are several conditions that are proposed by UDC that are important and will help illustrate when the applicant is back at UDC for final approval. The fact that not only are we finally seeing development sooner rather than later on this block in and of itself is exciting and what it does for the economy and so forth, but obviously you all know as much as I do about our housing shortage in Madison, and I was thrilled in our very first conversation when Andy shared that it's the intent of his organization to inherit the historic preservation tax credits that Drury had initially planned to utilize for the historic education building on North Carroll Street. It's now been added to the National Register. Drury had received the necessary approvals. So I was excited that NCG, without hesitation, realized that preservation of that historic building is important and will utilize the power of historic tax credits for this purpose. I, of course, wish that there was some affordability component to this. Andy and I have had those conversations on many occasions, and unfortunately, it's not to be. As it relates to the other use of hospitality, it's always been impressive to me when I talk to local hoteliers when they talk about the absolute robust nature of how our lodging economy has come back since the pandemic, especially in the downtown sector. So the fact that so many rooms that these experts obviously believe can be easily absorbed is something that is worth, I think, pointing out and acknowledging tonight. And so they believe the heads will be in beds there, and they're the experts in that regard, and the fact that it does so much for the tourism economy and room tax collection and so forth is something to be celebrated. By far the most difficult issue, as you all have heard now more than you probably would like to, is the approach to Wisconsin Avenue for guests at the two hotels. The fact is that we even had some uncharacteristic tense conversations the applicant and I did, which perhaps were a surprise to him. But we have a lot of experience with proposals potentially exploring the use of the very historic and majestic wide terraces on Wisconsin Avenue and the mature tree canopy, which cannot be taken lightly. And so, as you heard our forestry and Brown say more than once tonight, this was really a subject of a tremendous amount of work and dialogue between various interested parties, stakeholders. As you see in the Neighborhood Association Steering Committee report, they are extremely pleased to a person how the plans have evolved in terms of where the entrance to the hotels would be entirely on, I want to say private property, but MATC will be continuing to own this property long-term through a ground lease going decades into the future under this proposal. So anyways, perhaps public airspace, since it's the college's airspace. But in any event, that was a game changer, being able to get that original proposal modified so that it wouldn't have such an adverse impact on the beautiful Wisconsin Avenue terrace and tree canopy there. I hope that there is some future possibility of perhaps saving an additional tree there, but I'm realistic and I'm not asking this commission, nor do I plan to ask my council colleagues tomorrow night to modify conditions as it relates to the tree canopy. So applicants don't have to worry about that. Anyway, I again appreciate all that hands that helped put this proposal in the good shape that it is for all of you tonight to consider. There was absolutely no concern articulated among stakeholders about the height. I should point out that you see some public comments from some time ago in your packet from stakeholders residing at 100 Wisconsin Avenue condominiums. I've been in touch with those folks, which is why I think you haven't seen any of their testimony tonight in person. They were very pleased that their concern, obviously, about the loading dock and parking entrances being flipped during the conversation since our original neighborhood meeting had been modified. And additionally, there was some concern about heights, but that was because of the nature of the public notification for tonight's public hearing, or I should say, originally 2 weeks ago. We thought the public hearing would be 2 weeks ago, relating to the Capitol View preservation limit, and a sense among some neighbors that this applicant was seeking special treatment, that the building could be taller than the Concourse Hotel, for example. And I explained that no, this is all about the mechanicals on the roof. And with that said, I very much support and appreciate condition number 1 proposed by the Planning Division to try to reduce the mechanical field on the rooftop and reduce the impacts of the penetration to the Capitol View height limit. So all in all, I think it's a proposal to be cheered and certainly anticipate and thank you in advance for your unanimous support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment for UMX to PD GDP SIP to Common Council with a recommendation of approval subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you. Seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any input, discussion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And now looking for a motion on agenda item 8, having to do with the conditional use. Commissioner Solheim.
I'll move that the Plan Commission find that the standards for conditional use are met for building height exceeding the Capitol View height limit, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
I did just want to say thank you to the team for presenting their options for reducing that height even lower. We do rely, I think, a lot on precedent when we look at some of these height intrusions, and this one is larger as was described. So it's great to see that the overall height is much lower for future projects that we see. So we're not setting too high of a precedent. So thank you for working through that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other input or discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on then to agenda items 9 and 10, which are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Agenda item 9, Legistar 81251, 1003 Huxley Street, Alder District 12, consideration of an alteration to an approved conditional use in the traditional residential urban 2 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units to allow architectural changes to an approved 6-story, 250-unit apartment building. Agenda item 10, Legistar 81252, located at 905 Huxley Street. Consideration of an alteration to an approved conditional use on Lot 2 of the proposed survey map in traditional residential urban 2 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units to allow architectural changes to an approved 7-story, 303-unit apartment building. First, we will hear from Colin Hunt. Colin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So before the commission now are these 2 related alterations to approved conditional uses. In December of 22, the Plan Commission approved the necessary conditional uses and the related CSM for the 6-story building on Lot 1, the 7-story building on Lot 2. Between the submittal of the land use application that you have before you and the publication of the report in this meeting, that associated CSM was recorded. Addresses were assigned to the 2 lots. Lot 1 is addressed 1003 Huxley. Lot 2 is 905 Huxley. To avoid confusion from the addressing of each parcel, I've continued to refer to Lot 1 and Lot 2, and I will keep doing that. The applicant is currently finishing verification of conditions of approval for the conditional uses and undergoing final site plan review. So construction has not yet begun. The applicant approached staff with a number of changes to each of the separate proposals to process through the administrative minor alteration process. Staff were unable to support the scope and the scale of the requested changes, and so staff directed the applicants to submit the application for the alteration of the conditional use for Plan Commission review. In short, the applicant proposes to narrow the individual unit patio doors from 9 feet wide to 6 feet wide, removing all the individual balconies as originally approved above the first floor and replacing those with Juliet balconies, and then also removing the horizontally projecting roof features along the uppermost floors and replacing those with a trim band of a lighter material color. There are no changes proposed to the site, the placement, or the uses of the building as proposed and approved. As such, as before, staff believes that the proposed developments as a whole are consistent with the underlying land use recommendations. but the Plan Commission must determine if the standards for conditional uses can be met for these two requests. I will note regarding the amount of usable open space on each of these two sites that both buildings feature very large at-ground or structured rooftop courtyards and do far exceed the minimum usable open space as required by the zoning code. So the actual impact that the balconies have on the usable open space is still zoning code compliant. After the public hearing, I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Colin. I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Mark Ott in support, wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Communities of Santa Monica, California. Mark, you have, with your colleagues, a total of 9 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We'll get right into it. Thank you, Commission members. Thank you, Colin. So what you see here, what we're going to be talking about is making some revisions to the exterior design of the buildings. As we all know, costs of projects that all go into this, you're going to hear a lot about from some of our other colleagues here, continue to increase. So we had to look at some ways to solve this for this great project. As you see here on screen, 250 affordable senior units at what you would call the building on your left, and 303 affordable units in the building on your right. And the unique thing for the building on your right there, the family building, as you see, is 3 and 4 bedroom units, which we don't see a lot of in the city of Madison under new construction. So some of the other things that came along with this project is the construction of Huxley Street, the new Coolidge Street, and a 15-acre park and open space that will be dedicated in sale with the city of Madison. Next slide, please. So what you see here is our proposed revisions to the building. As Colin mentioned, the items that really are before you is our request to take off the balconies on the upper floors, change the patio doors to Juliet's and their size, and then some trim banding around the top. Again, as we looked at this, you're going to hear about it more from some of our other presenters. We really looked at to try to solve some of the budget issues. What are the things most important to our tenants, to us, to the community? And this was kind of the stroke that we came up with, leaving all those amenities that Colin mentioned, and you're going to see in future slides here, and the size of the units as is. So we didn't shrink the building. We didn't make units smaller. We didn't do things to try to solve it that way. The areas that people live in, interact with on the daily were really important. So we wanted to leave that alone. So the thought was this was one of the items that we're presenting. So if you go to the next slide, here you can see, again, just another view of the proposed. Again, what we left, as we looked for this, we did take off the balconies. You're going to see some views here in a second of what the original approval was. But what we did here again, and you're going to hear later on, is we kept the articulation of the building. So the ins and the outs and the bumps and the bays, even though there's not a balcony there per se anymore, we didn't flatten off the face of the building, right? We kept that back and forth rhythm of the building to give it a better feel and scale. Next slide. Here you can see what the original approved drawing or exterior design was. You can see where the balconies are there. You can see that the band up the top there at the roof, those kind of eyebrow roofs that we would call, those were being changed, basically pulled back a little bit. Again, transition of materials still there. Next slide. This is the other building, what we call the family building. And again, here's the proposed. So again, keeping the articulation, all the things the same. Next slide. Here again, different view with the proposed. Again, you're going to see a little bit more later about all of our amenity spaces. So here you can kind of start to see some of them. But again, the articulation of the building, keeping that the same. Next slide. And then again, here you see what was approved. Again, where those balconies were, the banding. But again, everything in there stays the amenities stay the same. So one of the other interesting parts, again, you're going to hear about is we're going to talk about our amenities. We really focused highly on that. Something that we didn't show in the packet, but we wanted to call out is some of our interior amenities separate of the exterior, which is fitness rooms and club rooms in both buildings, community service and job training rooms in both buildings, a community center room, craft rooms, as well as our outdoor amenity spaces. So really focusing on keeping all that and working on this as a way to solve our issues that we're having as construction costs rise. Next slide. I think that might be the last one. Oh, then here's the last one for me, and then we'll turn it over to Melissa. So this is what, for those that maybe don't know what a Juliet balcony is, this is a Juliet balcony. It leaves, and so as we looked at this, instead of getting rid of essentially the patio doors along with the balconies themselves, we kept the patio doors. We made them smaller, mostly for the safety reasons here of the railings and whatnot. But we kept the patio doors instead of changing those to windows. We really felt that that was important, that to have the ability for the tenant to get the most amount of natural light and the most amount of fresh air, and really be able to, kind of have that indoor-outdoor feel. That the Juliet balcony was an important thing to keep, rather than, again, taking those off and just going to windows as we often see on other projects. So this is kind of what an exterior Juliet balcony could look like, as well as what and how that would function from the interior environment that we think is important. So with that, I'll turn it over to Melissa.
So you want it to go to Melissa rather than Kevin?
Sorry, I'm wrong. Kevin, you're right. Thank you, Alden.
Okay, the next registrant is Kevin McDonald, Wilshire Boulevard, Santa Monica, also representing Lincoln Avenue.
Yeah, so building off what Mark covered, we really would have loved to have kept the full balconies. With that said, we really do feel like Juliet balconies are still a really great option for us. And we were glad that we were able to find the ability to keep some level of balconies in our design. As Mark mentioned early on, we did make the decision that it was most important to keep the amenities that residents care most about. And knowing that, we chose to keep all the resident amenities and unit features as were originally designed with the plan that you previously had seen, and with the only real change of moving to the Juliet balconies. So based on the many studies and testimonials that we received as we were researching this, we really concluded that full balconies are helpful in marketing efforts, but are not amenities that residents find most important in the market. And we know that local residents sporadically use their balconies. More specifically, we looked at the National Multifamily Housing Council's July 2023 resident survey, which was specific to the Madison market, and you see on the screen here, and found that full balconies were not listed in the top 25 of all amenities that Madison apartment renters were interested in based on the survey. Notably, we are providing 23 of the 25 top amenities in the list, and again, balconies did not make the top 25 list. Next slide, please. In addition to the apartment amenities, we wanted to highlight our outdoor amenities and community amenities that we strongly believe are second to none. For the senior building, we are providing 3 times the amount of required usable open space, with the northern courtyard also connecting on to our senior community room for our planned social activities. Similarly, we have the southern courtyard that connects to our senior craft room and provides a great view for the seniors as they engage in the arts and crafts activities. Next slide. On the top left-hand corner is the view from the senior community room, and at the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the view from the arts and crafts room looking out onto the green roofs. Next slide. For the family building, we have almost 4 times the amount of required open space, which equates to over an acre of open space, and not to mention the future 15-acre park that'll be across the street from both developments. For outdoor amenity spaces, we have maintained the relaxing courtyards as shown on the top right-hand corner, the pool and grilling area on the top left, and the playground area that connects to the interior play area and our 2-story lobby space. Next slide, please. In addition to the outdoor amenity spaces as shown in these renderings, both developments will include full-service exercise rooms, package rooms, community rooms, a community classroom, and a future senior center space. As part of our Wisconsin Greenbelt Home certification for the sustainable design, we are utilizing energy efficient electric heating systems, and the building will include a combined 200 kilowatts of solar panels, which will be the largest solar panel system in the city of Madison for a development like Huxley Arts. But that I'll turn it over to Melissa Huggins from Urban Assets.
Melissa, Huggins, Wingrid Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Kevin McDonald. Melissa.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Liddell. And I want to do a time check because I have a feeling I'm running out. So I'm very
quickly. You are running out of time. I'm looking for Heather.
Yeah. Sorry, Chair Zellers, that was time just a few seconds ago.
Okay.
Goodness.
Thank you. So then we will move on to our next registrant, who is Betty Thompson, Kenwood Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Betty, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person by that name in attendance.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is Marcia Cannon, Cherokee Circle, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Marcia, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I ask that you not approve the major alterations to these projects or else refer them to the Urban Design Commission. The two changes greatly diminish the project's design, aesthetics, and compatibility with the neighborhood. What had looked like a residential building now looks like a 30-year-old Ramada hotel. It's really not good. The developer wants smaller patio doors, 6 feet wide, not 9 feet as approved. The 9 feet doors have 65 square feet of glass. The bird glass requirement kicks in at 50 square feet. This is just a way to avoid having bird glass, and it really stinks. The developer wants smaller decks, not balconies, as were approved. The approved balconies were 66 square feet. You could have a chair, another chair, and a small table in that space. Instead, they're proposing Juliet balconies. The picture looks like that poor person is standing sideways 1 foot at 90 degrees to the railing. It looks more like prison bars than a place where I'd want to go. A balcony is a place where you can go and experience more than just straight ahead view. The way it's set up now, you look left and you look right, you see a wall. The Urban Design Commission described in their September 21st Get Acquainted meeting with the developer that these buildings will set the bar for future development of what will be a new urban neighborhood for the north side. To me, these alterations will significantly lower the bar. The UDC made an advisory recommendation to the Plan Commission to not approve the senior housing building. One comment from that meeting was new infill development should incorporate traditional neighborhood design elements. I see an apartment balcony as a front porch like you see all around the north side, a private space where each resident can easily step outside to get away from distractions and obtain a quiet place and time to think, just like the porches throughout the neighborhood. Remote outdoor space, a courtyard, a swimming pool, part of the year, a grill area, a dog run, does not equal private outdoor space. Please either deny the developer's requests or refer them to the Urban Design Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. The next registrant is Jennifer Argelander, Erie Court, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi. I'm speaking for the Sherman Neighborhood Association as their co-chair. SNA strongly opposes items 9 and 10, that removal of the balconies, which would lessen the articulation of the building's facade and will affect emotional and physical health of the residents. What was once an inviting look will now be a dismal, blocky appearance with little prison bars. Removal of the balconies would reduce the square footage of the private open space area in each unit. LAC says there's enough general open space if someone wants to go outside the building. Well, we disagree. Residents would lose a convenient private space where they could enjoy being outside privately. The courtyards in the housing development will not provide the same experience. Narrowing the patio doors from 9 feet to 6 feet would provide residents with less light and ventilation. The need for good ventilation is critical, given that on the other side of the unit we'll have parking, which would add to noise level and exhaust. Balconies provide more natural light, which improves mental and physical health. All renters deserve their own piece of outdoor space with sunshine and fresh air in their own unit. Seniors should not have to dress and take an elevator downstairs just to walk outside to get some fresh air and sun. They deserve the right to sit in their bathrobes and sip coffee in the morning or have a glass of wine in the evening. And parents should be able to do things in the apartment and allow the kids to get some sunshine on their own balcony under the parents' watchful eyes. The Common Council has voted over $6 million in TIF funding for an already approved project. Now the developer is abandoning those plans and offering a greatly diminished housing project. Given the above, these proposed changes should not be approved, or it should be referred back to UDC. This is an obvious, desperate attempt at cost-saving measures to the detriments of those who would live there. Regardless of any income, residents deserve the minimum of quality of life to have their own private access to open air, sunshine, and outdoor beauty. The city has experienced failures in city developments such as Tree Lane Project and the Meadowlands, so it's time we start to be smarter in our developments. If keeping balconies prevent LAC from getting financing, then maybe this project should not be built and another design put in that place. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next registrant is Alder Latimer Burris. Neither support nor oppose. Alder Latimer Burris, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me speak. So I did send in a letter. I don't know if the commissioners were able to get it. I could read that letter if they were not able to get it, if I am allowed.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to give more background and then I want to make a couple commentary. So it just says, Dear Commissioners, as the Alder for District 12, I'm writing regarding, this property that we're talking about, to make sure that the Plan Commission has a rounded view on this matter. Further, and in consideration of all parties involved, I would ask the Planning Commission to review the rules around this issue and, if appropriate, send it to the Urban Design Commission at least 2 weeks out, with the goal of helping the developers to work on a plan that would keep the balconies intact. As background, you should know that Lincoln Capital came to me regarding the changes in the placement of what I'm calling some HVAC units, which I was told by the developer was an administrative change, so I approved it. Then Lincoln Capital talked to me about the issue of the balconies. They wanted to change the balconies from the approved plan to Juliet-style balconies, which is a cost-saving measures is the main driver. And the Juliet balconies are like the ones that they have at Embassy Suites, if you've ever stayed there. I did not agree. I felt it completely changed the scope and the style of the project, and the project had already been struggling to gain community support, was going to set the standard, and a bunch of other additional concerns. But I was told that it was pretty much an administrative decision, that it wasn't a major change, and I could just sign off on it. So I asked Lincoln Capital to present this change at the neighborhood meeting, where they were going to give an update. Just as background, so you guys know, I came in as an alder in April, and prior to this, there's been some communication gaps and some things that have gotten approved or whatnot. I don't know the whole issue because I haven't spent all the time triaging it, but I know that there was a lack of communication. There was an alder here. Some of the things were approved, and here we are. So while the developers listened, so during the next community meeting, there was 100% opposition. And I will say the developers listened. And the meeting ended with the developers saying that they were going to change the balconies to Juliet because they simply could not afford them. So in the end, I asked them to revisit their plans and try to find a way to keep the balconies so the look of the building stayed intact after. And I also noticed, which I talked to developers about, after an hour-long back and forth with the 15 to 20 people that were there, it seemed like the only thing that people agreed on, and we have issues with the parks, and we have issues with, the building itself, but the only thing that was agreed upon that everybody would like to have, including developers, if they had the money, would be the balconies. So in the meantime, I reached out to our planning department to find out if there's any way that they could get additional funds, or could it be used with TIF, or what could we do? Because I'm new in this role. And I was basically told it's way out of a minor alteration. It's a major alteration, and that's just not something that can be done just like this. It's not like you're changing a window or a minor alteration. So anyway, I understood when I signed the document that it was administrative change. And then I asked the developer about, do you guys think, do you agree with that? I called and I talked to both Kevin and Kyle, and they felt like it was administrative change, that they were going to be able to do it. And the Plan Commission report already supported their position. So I think that this change is major. Now I'm getting off the letter. I think this change is major. And I understand construction cost and things changing, but I think that this helps with the fiscal benefit of the developer, but it costs the future tenants, the future residents, and the future neighborhood is ending up paying for it. Because I think it was a selling point. I didn't go through everything in detail. Eventually I will look at everything. I've met a lot of times with everybody. And it got approved, right? As approved. It got approved with the balconies as approved. And the developers agreed to it. So I'm just not settled with, do I have the authority to sign off on it? And I'd like the Urban Design Commission to give a recommendation and consider all of the things that people are saying, including for having families. It's a legit concern, having families having to travel downstairs to get outside to fresh air. For our elders, especially our elders, and our elders that don't move around so fast anymore. This is senior housing, and that's what we're trying to do. And the biggest thing is, it really is going to set the tone for all developments, and it's going to act as a precedent of how you do business. In other words, I can make a development and say, I'm going to do all this, sell everybody on it, get the TIF credits, and then I change it up because I can't afford it, and that's that. We're going to do it as an administrative change, which I don't agree with, and I've told Kevin and Kyle that. And I want to continue to work together. We have done a good job of bringing things together. So I'll end it at that.
Thank you, Alder. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are the no more registrants? Are there questions of any of our speakers? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I'd like to ask if we could have Melissa Huggins give at least some of her presentation. I think it was kind of important information, and I know they ran out of time, but with commissioners and the chair's permission.
Any objection? Seeing none, Melissa Huggins, what do you have to add?
Okay, Colin, can you put the presentation up? So I'm just going to try and go through this quite quickly. Appreciate Commissioner Heck. So obviously, construction costs have been an issue for a number of years, and there's a lot of developers in the position of having to make tough choices, which is what is why we're here today. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Oops, no, I'm sorry. One back up. So this is a significant development. The increment that this project will provide it makes up half of TIF 54. So there's many things, many benefits to the city from this project, in addition to a new street. And the cost also, I will remind everyone, is oftentimes that the process itself is costly. And so the 6-month delay that we've had has added $10.5 million to construction costs. Next slide. There is precedent for this. Park Theater Apartments does not have any balconies, has a very simple facade, and only has 4,000 square feet of rooftop terrace and 5 balconies, which I know because I was part of the development team, were an afterthought. Just they realized they could put them in the back on top of the 3rd floor roof. Next slide. The Ella as well does not have any balconies. It has a very simplified facade, very simple, minus the very fun mural that's there. They have a terrace and a courtyard and a screened-in porch, but again, nowhere near as robust an outdoor space that the Huxley project has. Next slide. And then I would note that the CDA Triangle, the redevelopment that the city is doing, will be coming forward with no balconies. They are also using a similar strategy, which is will have lots of robust outdoor amenity space, and they are across from Brittingham Park. So I think that it's very important that as we move forward, you'll see that this is a trend based on some of the data that Kevin shared in terms of what residents are really looking for. I would remind the commission that the trip to UDC was at Alder Abbas's request, and it was for an advisory opinion, and that UDC staff has actually seen these changes and was okay with them. So with that, I will close. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Heck? No. Commissioner Shepherd.
Just 2 quick questions. One, just to be clear, because I did not see this clearly in the material that's on file in terms of this, once again, request. If you get, 2 questions. One, what is the primary reason for requesting this major alteration? Is it cost? Is it design? Does it relate to issues of livability? And again, this takes place in the Oscar Mayer development area. And the second question is, what was mentioned before, I can't remember if it was Mark or I can't remember who exactly said this, but it was, the impression was given that this is something of a trade-off, that the balconies and once again, the door areas are changed in terms of their design and size, or some amenities may be lost. So my 2 questions: one, what is the principal purpose for this, once again, major alteration? Cost, design, livability, whatever it is. Let's make sure that's clear. And then the second one, is this a trade-off that if, again, the major alterations are not approved, will this mean a drawback in some of the list of the amenities that were stated earlier?
Yeah.
Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay. So number one, we've been through a really long process to get here, and unfortunately, the market moved not in the right direction throughout this process, being, interest rates, construction costs. So cost is, the main driving factor. And I guess what I was trying to get at in my portion of the presentation was we really looked at all options here. And so we spent the past 6 months with JLA and Mark's team looking at the design, and had both contractors, CCI and McGann, involved in weekly meetings going through what our options were. And then once we dug into what options we had, we worked with our property manager to really look at those options, and that's how we came to the conclusion that really the best thing to do for the apartments and residents was to keep all of the outdoor amenities, and the statistics that I was showing was showing that balconies weren't even in the top 25 of being on the level of importance for local renters, and really what we found was residents really care more about the amenities and having quality features within each unit.
Thank you, Kevin. Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Shepard?
The only thing I will say is that the Oscar Mayer development area is unique. So comparing, once again, the development here to others around the city may not be, it may be somewhat apples and oranges. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, we do have, Heather said, a late registrant. So I'm going to go to that person, Kyle Brasser, Santa Monica, California, in support, representing Lincoln Capital, wishing to speak. Kyle, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and Plan Commissioners. Kyle Brasser. I am part of the development team, and I am also here to speak, obviously, in support of the proposed alteration here. I think I won't use my full 3 minutes, but I just want to summarize what our team had said earlier. And I appreciate some of the commissioners' questions just now because they touched on some of the things that I was going to mention. The reality is in these development projects that take sometimes 2+ years to put together, sometimes difficult decisions have to be made. And as Kevin explained, we examined all of our options here in order to keep this development feasible and in order to move this development forward to provide over 550 units of affordable housing in the Oscar Mayer area. When examining all of our options, we were intent on keeping the building articulation and much of the architectural variation, and we did feel that the balcony elimination or change to Juliet balconies was the most viable option to both maintain the quality of the community and the amenity spaces, and also provide residents with the things that they value most based on the survey data that we have. I also just want to be clear about our conversations with Alder Amani, which were that, and there may be some confusion, but I just wanted to be clear. We always knew this would have to go in front of Plan Commission, which is why we are here this evening, and never intended to imply that this was somehow an administrative decision. We understood that this would be something that would be viewed very seriously by the Plan Commission and city staff and all others involved, which is why we have been engaging in this conversation now for several months. We appreciate everybody's understanding for why this request is coming forward. We are excited about this development and proceeding, and we do urge support of our alteration request. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you, Chair. My question for the development team is this an all or nothing type of scenario? Like, could you continue with the eyebrows as the aesthetic on the exterior of the building, or some balconies, or maybe some larger windows to kind of give some different options? So that's my question.
Kevin, is that, could you, okay, it looks like Kyle's got to answer that. Could you unmute Kyle, please?
Kyle, you are unmuted on our end.
Okay, looks like you're.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. I was unmuted and then it quickly muted me again. So I was, apologies. So in terms of this being an all or nothing, it's a good question. The way that we viewed this again is, we need to make some budgetary considerations and changes here. And so what we have proposed is what can still keep our project feasible. There, of course, were a litany of options we explored at the beginning, but I really view this as everything that we are requesting is what we need to achieve in order to, continue to proceed with the project.
Thank you, Kyle. Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Mendez?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the developers. I couldn't couldn't see the survey results from the screen, so a little bit blind here. But can someone tell me how many people were surveyed regarding balconies on the area? For the survey, I'm sorry.
So Kevin McDonald, could he be unmuted, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so the survey that the National Multifamily Housing Council completed did include over 100,000 resident responses over multiple years.
So, but you mentioned something about having even local input.
Yeah,
So
I mean the resident survey was based on actual Madison area properties. It was a specific survey to the Madison market.
And can you please refresh my memory? I was trying to find the date for when this went back to UDC at the request of the elder. I remember that was like my first time on a UDC meeting. I think we were discussing the shade of blue on the building, if I'm not mistaken. Do you remember when that date was that it was sent back to UDC?
I can pull it up. I do have a slide that we used recently that had the whole date. Looks like Mark, you might know it.
Yeah, I think that was, it was right before, so I think this, I'm trying to remember what my years are. So I think that was fall roughly of 2022.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to find it by the addresses, but it seemed to be like the address had changed or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it went through UDC in that process and back and forth in the fall. And then by the time we received all of our conditional approvals through the committees, I think it was almost the end of the 2022 calendar year.
Thank you. That's all I got for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McCahill.
Thank you. So I appreciate the costs are escalating and that the full balconies may not be as important. My question really has to do with the articulation. Could you point to, I'm not asking you to, but could you point to another project that has the Juliet balconies set back in articulation like that? Or is this an entirely unique design to this project?
From an architectural standpoint, I would say this is pretty unique. Most of the stuff, if you were to kind of, as being an architecture firm who does a lot of multifamily, I would say this is most often used, the Juliet balconies, in what you would call kind of flat facade faces. Usually done because maybe they're up against a property line or street face and they don't have the ability to put a full balcony out there, as well as cost. I mean, we have a number of developer clients who don't put them in for cost reasons as well. But the inset and keeping the articulation with Juliet's is probably a little unique. I mean, if you were to drive around, you might find a couple here and there, but it's not kind of standard. And again, that was our it's been talked about a lot of times, right? Trying to look at the pros and cons of all our decisions, leaving the articulation of the building, because we, of the mass and whatnot, the ins and the outs, as we call it, right, was important. And one thing just to add to that really quickly is, regardless of the patio door size, we are asking for a smaller patio door than what was originally approved. It doesn't change the fresh air amount at all. The operable portion of the door is still the same, whether it's a larger door or a smaller door. What it would reduce is a little bit of the light, but just wanted to make sure from the fact standpoint that either size door is still going to give you the same amount of ventilation, just because that's how they're built. So anyway, enough for me, but yeah, it's a little bit unique.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions, Commissioner McCahill?
Can I ask, one quick follow-up? I know this would be going back to the drawing board, which probably is not desirable at this point, but would eliminating or minimizing that articulation be a complete deal breaker at this point if we were to go with the Juliet balcony?
From an architectural standpoint, I mean, the hard part is you would be, in some areas, if you eliminate some of the articulation, you would be losing square footage in areas that you really want it from the interior environment, and gaining it probably in areas you don't really need it. So for example, where an articulation bumps out, those are typically bedrooms. And so to kind of create that flat face facade, and keep the cost kind of in line, you'd have to suck part of the building in and then push out part of the building where these Juliet balconies are. And so, because you couldn't just add, if you will, push everything out, because that's adding square footage that, one, you don't need, and two, would add a lot of cost. So it would, and that's why we kind of did it this way. We wanted to keep those units at really nice sizes. If you look at these, they are really good sizes for the 3 and 4 bedrooms, 1s and 2s. So again, long-winded answer, but yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question, I think, for Kevin. Back to the survey of multifamily residents. I think I might have missed the age breakdown when you showed us, but you had mentioned it was 100,000 residents. I might have missed the age range. Was this all age ranges, or was this seniors? Was it 100,000 seniors?
Kevin?
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Oh, great. My understanding of the statistics were it was a general occupancy, so it wasn't specific to seniors. I'm sure with that many responded, some seniors were included. But yeah, one of the developments is a family development and the other one's a senior development.
All right, so it wasn't geared towards seniors specifically,
No,
but all
no,
residents.
it
Okay,
was not.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Did you
all I
have
have.
anything further? Okay.
Thank you.
Alderfield.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the applicant, and Commissioner Shepard's questions were getting at this a little bit, but I want to clarify. If you're not allowed to remove the balconies as a cost-saving measure, would you instead have to remove or no longer offer one of the resident amenities on your site in order for the project to proceed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
So you're unmuted, Kevin. Do you want to answer that, or can you unmute Kyle and leave him unmuted too for now? So Kevin, can you take that?
Was the question about changing one of the amenities?
Yeah.
So, yeah, would you be required to make the costs work for the project? Would you be required to not offer one of the amenities to residents if we don't grant your request to remove the balconies?
I really don't know how to answer that. There's a lot of the features of this development are kind of tied together. Like the whole design incorporates like the courtyards and everything. So there's a lot of items that are tied together here, but really we would have to,
Kevin,
we really studied everything that we could.
It looks like Kyle maybe has something to.
All I want to add on this is Kevin's right. That's a complicated question to answer. And after reviewing multiple sort of avenues, this is where we decided to go. That said, if we're not able to remove the balconies, we want the project to proceed. And so we would have to cut somewhere else. And I can't answer in this moment where that would be, but I think likely it would be reducing features at amenities, potentially reducing an amenity or removing an amenity. But we would have to really go back. I want to be careful not to sort of commit to anything at this point because we haven't gone through that deep of an analysis on all of the alternates, but that we would have to do some reductions elsewhere. Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Alderfield?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of any of our registrants? So Alder Amani is not showing here, but I do see that she has her hand up. So there.
Thank you.
Alderman Mamani, do you have any new information to add?
No, I do have a question. I just
Okay,
wanted to
thank
circle
you.
back on the survey because I did see that. And I just wanted to clarify, the survey was like a national survey, correct? And did it include the specific neighborhood surrounding seniors and families?
Kevin or Mark, can you answer that? Or should it be Kyle? Raise your hand, whoever.
Yeah, I can answer that.
Okay,
So the survey was specific to the Madison market. The group that did the study is called the National Multifamily Housing Council. And so my understanding is they did the survey over multiple years, and they surveyed actual multifamily projects in and around the Madison MSA.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any further questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This is probably for Colin. I see he's getting ready. I'm trying to understand the kind of unique situation we're in here with regard to UDC consideration. I understand that UDC did not give initial approval in their advisory opinion to Plan Commission on one of the buildings, and Plan Commission chose to go ahead and approve the conditional uses, and maybe there was CSM or I don't think there was a rezoning, but regardless, we approved it. But currently, even without regard to this current alteration to the approved conditional use, the project needs to go back to UDC for final approval, even though they didn't recommend approval of one of the buildings? That's my first question.
So this proposal does not need to go to UDC. There is no threshold for UDC review. The only reason it went before was because Alder Abbas had requested a advisory recommendation from them.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Then my second question is, there's been discussion from some that it might be a good idea to refer this to UDC. And in that situation, it would also be an advisory opinion on the alteration to the conditional use, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if we were to do that, they would be considering only those issues, their opinions about their earlier deliberation would presumably be irrelevant.
Yeah, if presuming that the commission would refer this to UDC for an advisory recommendation, the Plan Commission could really tailor what it is they're requesting the UDC to do there. So definitely, the motion could have them look specifically at these design issues and the changes that the applicant's bringing forward.
It's possible UDC says we don't like this, and that would just be an advisory opinion, and we'd kind of be where we are today, except for we'd have some input from UDC. We'd have to go through this process again, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, just to follow up to that with Colin, in your staff report, you mentioned, and I think something we discussed before was the importance of conditional use standard 9. So that could be part of, again, so if this is referred to UDC, the elements that relate to standard 9, the aesthetic desirability, again, how it fits in that sort. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe most times the Plan Commission refers a proposal to UDC. It's usually regarding standard 9.
Thank you.
Dr. Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Sharon. Just to follow up on those two things, that doesn't mean that this commission can just make that determination on standard 9.
So this commission can make the determination without referring it to UDC. The commission can could approve the conditional use and find that standard 9 is met. It could find that standard 9 is not met and place it on file, or it could refer it to UDC for that kind of further look at whether standard 9 is being met.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I'll move that the Plan Commission finds the standards have been met for the alteration to the approved conditional use at 1003 Huxley Street.
Okay, seconded by Alder Field. Yes, okay. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Heck?
Please. I from my line of questioning, I did want to understand what the process would be with regard to referral to UDC. And I honestly, as much as UDC does have valuable opinions about design, I don't really think that it's necessary for this to go to UDC. I live in a building, 6 stories, no balconies, no green space open space on the ground even. We do have a rooftop deck. This project is going to have a ton of green space and usable space and amenity space. And as we saw in the presentation from, I guess it was in Melissa Huggins' presentation, there are many examples of projects like this. I think that those who are concerned about the lack of balconies are really more interested in killing this project like they were in the very beginning. And I think it's an incredibly valuable project that needs to move forward. I don't even have Juliet balconies in my building, and I'm just fine with that. The windows do not open up. I get plenty of fresh air by opening the windows, and they're not as big as the window openings being proposed for this building. I do think that the building is probably slightly less attractive, but I still think that it fits into the neighborhood and meets the conditional use standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Heck. Commissioner Mendez.
Yes, I just want to verify that that's also based on the conditions of approval by staff, correct?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mendez. Commissioner Shepard.
If I can state this at this point, I will. I'm going to vote against the motion. I think that this is something that, quite frankly, I think that that UDC is built for. That they can take a look at this again in terms of the Oscar. This being part of the overall Oscar Mayer area development. I think actually Commissioner Mendez sort of mentioned this earlier, that there may be other. This may be a failure of imagination, right? That there may be other ways to look at this and find those cost savings that the developer is talking about. Maybe, again, with UDC's help, maybe to look at this, they can come up with some additional, again, design changes that will maintain the original quality for this development for the residents. I don't think the balconies would have been part of this originally if it was sort of meaningless. The balconies were there for a reason, not just aesthetic. So I'm not going to support, once again, the motion. I think that UDC's input would be helpful, particularly as it relates to, again, a conditional use standard number 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Mendez.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Shepherd's comment. I just want to clarify with the conditional uses that for planning division number 2, it does state that if they can reincorporate some of the design features, that it's a minor alteration that planning division and the alder can approve. So if they, to Commissioner Shepherd's point of comment, if they came down to that point and they could add more balconies or some other aesthetics or amenities, then it's a minor alteration. So I think that's part of why I support this, that they can get down the road, and then if they can make those changes, they would. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendez. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, so I guess I should talk about why I asked it to be referred for UDC, because I was also thinking, well, it could just either pass or get denied, and if they're denied, then they get stuck. You know, this has been a long process, and we've been going back and forth, and I disagree with Commissioner Heck that it's just about, you know, some NIMBYs wanting to kill the project. I've been sitting with each group and other groups and going through it, trying to listen, trying to get people to dialogue. And what I'm concerned about is that the neighborhood doesn't seem to get listened to at all. We get studies that are based not on families and seniors, as the project was sold to be, and to set the standard. And then we also are basing it on what works for our house, right? Or what works over in Ellis, for example. Are those 2 and 3 bedrooms? Are they for families? Are there families living at Ellis? I can answer that. There's not generally families that we're looking to target over at the Hartmeyer project. So I don't want to get where we make our decisions based on what our standards are. I mean, I you know, it's what's best for the people that have to inhabit the space. And that's actually why I went to the planning and talked about, could we get additional funds? How could we make this work? And, you know, from a pretty high authority, you know, it came down that, like, this is a major change. It's not just a simple, you know, change of a window, if you will. So I want you guys to be conscious of that. That's the reason that I asked to be referred to keep, you know, keep going, because I know we're getting ready to get in the issues of the parks. And that was made part of the presentation, that everybody's going to have this green space and lots of parks. Well, the park is unsettled. It's totally unsettled. It could be a park that you can't even use in part of it. So I just want to be cognizant of the neighbors, of the neighborhood, and not our individual standard for our own personal life. Thank you
all. Thank you, Alder. Any further comments before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. And I would like a roll call, please, since we know that there's at least one person who is not in favor of this.
Sure, I'll call based on the order on my screen. Commissioner McCahill.
Aye.
Commissioner Mendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Heck.
Aye.
Commissioner Spencer.
Aye.
Alder Duncan.
Aye.
Council Vice President Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Nay.
Alder Field.
Aye.
6 ayes. 1 no.
Motion passes. Thank you all. And we will then move on to our next agenda item. 11, 12, and 13 are related and will be considered as wait a second. Do we need? So the motion was on 9, so we need another motion then. Yeah, right. Okay. Commissioner Heck, thank you.
I'm willing.
Okay, good.
I'll move approval of the alteration to an approved conditional use at 905 Huxley Street, and will include the conditions in the staff report with that motion.
Okay, and seconded by Alder Field. Any discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else who wants to weigh in? Seeing no raised hands, will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Objected by Commissioner Shepherd. I will take that as a nay, and so the same vote as the last one. Okay, looks good. Motion passes. Now we will move on to agenda items 11 through 13. 11 is Legistar 81083, 702 East Washington Avenue, Alder District 6, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a 2-story commercial building. Agenda item 12, 81316, amending sections related to upper level development standards of the Madison General Ordinances to clarify how stories are measured in Urban Design District 8. Agenda item 13, Legistar 81081, located at 702 through 734 East Washington Avenue, Urban Design District 6. Consideration of a conditional use in the traditional employment district for dwelling units in a mixed-use building. Conditional use for a building exceeding 5 stories and 68 feet in height, and a conditional use in the traditional employment district for accessory outdoor recreation to allow the construction of a 15-story mixed-use building containing approximately 15,000 square feet of commercial space and 244 apartments. And on this one, we will hear from Heather.
Thank you, Chair Zellers, and I want to thank our colleague Lisa McNabola, who authored this report. Since Lisa's not with us tonight, I will do my best. So before the Plan Commission this evening, as you just heard, you have 3 related items: a demolition of an existing 2-story commercial building, a very minor change to the Urban Design District ordinance around height and the way stories are considered, that is supported by staff. And then the substantive item is the conditional use for a 15-story building with 244 apartments. In this location, it's right next to the Constellation on the 700 block of East Washington Avenue in Urban Design District 8. Our comprehensive plan recommends regional mixed use. Tenny Lapham Neighborhood Plan and the East Washington Capital Gateway Plan recommend community mixed use for the site. The building does exceed the 12-story height recommendation in the regional mixed use arena of the comprehensive plan. However, a recently already approved amendment to Urban Design District 8 allows for a building of up to 14 stories and 171 feet in height at this location. This building, just to be clear and get the height element out of the way up front, this building reads as a 14-story building and is lower, well lower than that 171-foot maximum. Technically, it's considered as a 15-story building because it encompasses 3 stories of indoor parking behind 2 stories of leasable space viewable from East Washington Avenue. So that's what the ordinance amendment really tries to address, that small technicality. So the density of the proposal is about 236 units per acre. It's about a 1-acre site. And that does significantly exceeds the recommended 60 units per acre in our older sub-area plans, but is really, all in all, staff believes it's consistent with the regional mixed use recommendation in our comprehensive plan. Staff's analysis really focused on one of the main conditional use standards that the Plan Commission could focus on this evening, is Standard 6, and that relates to traffic and transportation systems surrounding the the proposed building. And I'll read standard 6 here just for the record. Measures which may include transportation demand management and participation in a transportation management association have been or will be taken to provide adequate ingress and egress, including all off-site improvements, so designed as to minimize traffic congestion and to ensure public safety and adequate traffic flow both on-site and on the public streets. Now, importantly, our traffic engineering staff has reviewed this project generally and has expressed their professional opinion that the proposed new use will have a similar or lesser number of vehicles per day that are generated by the proposed new use than what is there today, which is a post office and office building. Now, that said, traffic engineering staff is not satisfied with the traffic impact analysis that they've received from the applicant to date, and they've asked for a revised traffic impact analysis so that they can better ascertain the impacts on the bike boulevard on Mifflin Street. And so there's a special condition of approval that's in a gray box that I want to draw the commission's attention to from our traffic engineering colleagues. And it is, Lisa did also call it out in her report, it's condition 20, that the applicant shall continue to work with traffic engineering on finalizing their traffic study to assess and address the impacts to the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard. And so the Plan Commission this evening would be operating on the assumption that that revised traffic study would be going to our traffic engineering colleagues for their administrative review, and that any impacts to the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard could be addressed as part of the sign-off of this project at a later date. So that's the main condition and related conditional use standard that I want to draw to your attention this evening. Let's see. I also wanted to note with regard to that the city is planning to study the East Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard in 2024 to determine if any traffic safety improvements are needed on the public side as this area has built out. Obviously there's a lot more bike traffic in general along East Mifflin Street. So that study is planned for 2024. As noted, the Tenny Lapham Steering Committee, which spent some time reviewing this project, has asked the Plan Commission to refer this item until the new traffic impact analysis is finished. So I wanted to be sure to mention that. That said, staff does believe that certainly the demolition standards are met and that the Plan Commission could find that the conditional use standards are met this evening. And we also do support, once again, the ordinance amendment related to how stories are defined within Urban Design District 8. Happy to try to answer any questions following the public hearing.
Heather, could you go ahead and just address the question that has come up in regard to the terrace width?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Since the staff report was authored, Chair Zellers had raised the question of the terrace width along East Washington Avenue. So Urban Design District 8 does require that the public terrace, which is where trees are planted between the sidewalk and the curb, is required to be 10 feet wide along the East Washington Avenue corridor. Now, since that Urban Design District 8 was authored, we've reviewed a number of redevelopment projects, as you're all aware, along the East Washington Avenue corridor. And since going back to 2011 and 2012 for the Constellation building, which was one of the first, we've handled that requirement in a few different ways as planning division staff and decision makers. By and large, the prevailing width of the terrace along East Washington Avenue is 8 feet. So many of the redevelopments that have occurred don't meet that wider terrace requirement in Urban Design District 8. I believe there was an assumption made early on in a project that I reviewed, the Constellation, actually right next door to the one before you this evening, that if the terrace width as existing was less than that 10 feet, and the redevelopment was not making that terrace any narrower, then the redevelopment could proceed with an 8-foot terrace. And so that may have set the stage for years of kind of turning a blind eye to the 10-foot terrace requirement. I would want to say that from a tree planting perspective, we have had some good input from our new forester, Ian Brown, who's still with us this evening, that there are some new methods by which canopy trees can be very viable in an 8-foot terrace. And that's one of the standard widths that we're moving to citywide. It's also importantly within the recently approved Complete Green Streets, 8 feet is the width that would be required along East Washington Avenue. And so for a number of reasons, the as-built condition, the fact that Complete Green Streets has recently been approved and has an 8-foot required width in this area, we believe that the best way forward with this is to do a cleanup to the Urban Design District 8 ordinance in the near future and eliminate that 10-foot width from the Urban Design District ordinance. We have checked in with the city attorney's office today a few times and have been assured that the Plan Commission can act this evening and need not refer the issue to the Urban Design Commission for another look at the terrace width. Really, the Plan Commission should keep in mind the demolition standards and the conditional use standards for the private property as you review the proposal this evening.
Thank you, Heather. With that, I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Chris Howden in support of East Johnson Street, in support wishing to speak. And I believe he is the developer or representing the developer, even though that's not indicated under the representation. Could you clarify that, please, Chris? And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Chris Howden. I am the developer of the property.
Thank you.
So again, Chris Howden, I'm the managing partner for Willow Partners. First, I'd like to thank the members of the commission tonight for listening to our presentation. We're here today to present a project that has been molded by many interactions between us, the neighborhood, alders, and city staff. We believe this project is the product of a cohesive relationship with members of the community, and we're proud of our final product here. Today, we have JLA and Grave to assist in the presentation and any subsequent questions that may arise. For efficiency's sake, I'm going to pass it off to Troy with JLA, but I'll be here if anybody has any questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, the next registrant is Troy Jacoby, West Broadway, Monona, Wisconsin, in support wishing to speak, representing JLA Architects. Troy, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening. I'll be quick. We're here, excited to be here tonight to present the project. What you see on screen is a context map. Obviously highlighted in red is our site right on East Wash and Blount Street. Next slide. Here you can see how our proposed building fits into the context of East Wash. Highlighted in blue is our 14-story, 158-foot tall building, and at 158 feet, we are well below the capital height limit, and we are also below the FAA height limit for this area. And like we heard earlier, the Constellation and Galaxy are very similar size and scale, so we see our building as a really good neighbor to these existing buildings. From a design standpoint, we heard a little bit about the terrace and how the building meets the street. I'll briefly talk about how the building addresses the street. Obviously, on this street, on the screen, you can see our first floor plan. North is up, East Wash is on the bottom. As you work your way towards the building, you go from that green strip of land to the sidewalk. And then we have a raised terrace. That raised terrace is over 10 feet wide. And that terrace is raised due to floodplain issues, but it also creates this very unique pedestrian experience. There's great opportunities for plantings and also great opportunities for benches. And you'll start to see that in some of the later renderings. Once again, we're addressing the street with highly active uses, commercial and lobby. And then along the public alley side, we have all the services for the building. So all the parking would come in on that side, and all incoming services for the project would come along the alley. Next. We're moving up the building now. We're going to the second floor. So once again, we have a 2-story podium, and then after that 2-story podium, we set back and the tower starts to emerge. So at the second floor, we do have office space holding the east corner of the site. And then on the west side of the site, we worked closely with staff on improving the Blount Street aesthetic. And what you'll see in the renderings is a nice 2-story volume of glass that starts to cap off that room highlighted on the left-hand side. Next. Now we're working our way up to the top of the podium. This is our pool deck. This is where the U-shaped tower of the building begins. And here you can start to see the program. So on the right-hand side, we have a mix of amenity spaces. Then on the left side, you can start to see our units start to emerge. We have a mix of studios, 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, and 3-bedrooms. Moving up, this is our typical floor plan. For time, I'll keep going. So next slide. This is the top floor. At the top floor, we try to architecturally indicate the top of the building. So we start to step back the building. So we'll start to see some wraparound balconies that emerge both on the left-hand side and right-hand side. And balconies. So we have this beautiful sky lounge that will have great views of the Capitol. And then along the top side of the building, the back side of the building where it says mechanical, there is also an outdoor patio that overlooks the surrounding area. Next. Here's a simple diagram showing how our building fits into the height limitations that presents itself, Capitol view limit and FAA height limit. Next. Here's the massing of the building. So we have that 2-story plinth. That 2-story plinth is activated with commercial uses, and you can see that raised public plaza space that I was trying to describe earlier with the planters, the benches, and some bike parking. Next. And here's a rendering taken from East Wash looking back towards the building. And here you'll see the Blount, how the facade of the building addresses Blount Street. So we're showing that 2-story glass, highly activated. And off to the left-hand side, you'll start to see a splash of color. And in that splash of color, we worked with staff on designating areas for public artwork. Another slide, next. And this is just a close-up of that corner. Once again, here you can start to see the pedestrian experience, that raised pedestrian plaza, the activation along the street edge with the retail uses, and then that public artwork along Blount Street. And this is how we see the building fitting into the context. So really a great continuation of all the exciting buildings that are happening along East Wash. And we feel our building fits the scale and the context nicely. And this is the back side of the building from Mifflin. We're looking at from Mifflin Street towards the back side of the building. And here we're definitely a 4-sided architecture all the way around the building. Here you can see at the very top in the center with the large overhang would be that observation deck.
That concludes your available time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking at our registrants, I don't see any other registrants wishing to speak or available to answer questions. The only thing is a Madison office, and I don't know who that might be. So are there questions of any of our speakers? Commissioner Mendez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In regards to the demolition plan, the Landmarks Commission has stated that the architects are of high significance, but the building's not. Does the development team plan to either incorporate some of the building or some sort of plaque or other ways to memorialize the architecture?
Sure, I can speak to that. So that right now, I mentioned earlier that the architecture of the building has a base, what we call like a plinth, and then above the plinth is the tower. So what we did is we looked at really the scaling, massing of that existing building, And so that plinth is really almost literally the same scale of that existing building. And then we looked at what made that existing building unique. And what we found was, obviously great masonry details. And it also had this really nice cornice line, at least in its original state. It had this really nice cornice line. So what we've done is we started to introduce a more modern interpretation of that building. So we have a nice modern cornice line at that 2-story plinth. And we're showing large expanses of this brick that we're highlighting with these large glass openings.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. There was mention that it was in the plans of the optional second lower level parking. I was just wondering kind of what's going to determine if you do or do not include that. Is it understanding soil conditions and costs, kind of the market need for parking, maybe a combination of both?
Yeah, I can take that. So it really comes down to two things. One is cost. The second is dewatering. Going through technical analysis as we speak, it will really depend on how viable that is to potentially put a second floor of underground parking. We wanted to keep the option open, considering we're giving a significant amount of public parking with this project. However, it is looking fairly unlikely that we will be able to even pursue that second lower level just because of the water table.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Any further questions? Seeing no raised hands, I do have a couple myself. Is the parking going to be separately charged from the apartment rentals?
Let me see if I understand. So are you asking, are the tenants going to have parking available to rent?
Separately from their apartment rental fee. So it's not rolled in together.
Yes, so it'll be separate.
Okay, that was the question. Thank you. And then second, are you developing a management plan? Like for the pool, for example,
Yes.
behavior kind of. And
yes, absolutely.
And would you be willing to share that with staff and the alder of the district for review?
Yes, if requested, we absolutely can. I can give you a little bit of a rundown about the pool management if you'd like tonight as well.
Okay, yeah, please. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, so typically what we do in with our pools in other areas in the city is we have strict guidelines, strict occupant guidelines, and then strict usage guidelines. More importantly, the way that the usage, we really go from midday till dusk. So pool usage will not, we won't allow pool usage for safety reasons. Basically, when the sun is down. And then the way, furthermore, to enforce, the safety and the code of conduct. One is posted placards with code of conduct and what we expect for people to be safe in the pool. Is the way to enforce that too is just in the leasehold agreement. So violators could potentially be fined. We just want to make sure that everybody's safe and they're enjoying it in a safe manner.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And yes, please do share the management plan with staff and the alder. Thank you. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Just following up on a similar line, Chris, you probably have the answer for this, but it would be good to have in the management plan how you're going to limit access to all outdoor public spaces in the evenings. For instance, on the is it the 14th floor where there is, I think the architect pointed out there are some public spaces up there, and I'd want to make sure that access was limited after certain hours. and how that would be limited. Will doors lock? Will it require a fob? I know in buildings that are more, as you do, the buildings that are more oriented towards college residents, that can be a big problem. But hey, I'm a nearby neighbor and I want to make sure people aren't out there at 2 a.m.
Yeah, you and me both. So for the pool, it's more important that there's going to be gate access that'll have key fob access, right, where we can completely shut down the terrace. And then at times, yes, it'll be key fob access. So we'll be able to administratively, basically shut down that Sky Lounge at an appropriate time, shut down the Sky Lounge to everyone. So the only people that would be able to access that after those closed hours is maintenance or a member of our staff for maintenance reason or an emergency reason.
Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Chair Zellers. Hi, everybody. I have a question for Chris. I was sort of triggered by the thought about management plans. Can you tell us whether you're going to be managing the residential property, or will you have an outside entity help with that?
Yes, we will be managing the property.
Great, thank you. And my other question is, given the presentation by staff at the beginning, which highlighted the conditional use number 20 about the Mifflin Bike Boulevard and staff wanting more revised traffic impact analysis, would you be willing to work with Kenny Lapham? Because as you know, that was one of their main concerns, and we did get some correspondence that they weren't totally satisfied that that's getting maybe approved before the project we had approved before they understood how that would be impacted.
Yeah, absolutely. Throughout the process, would love to work with TLNA to continue. I think we have some members here today that can provide some substance on the study. If there's need to elaborate more on perceived impact, we can absolutely touch on that. But throughout the process, I'm hoping to, the goal is to steward this thing with community enrichment in mind. And I think a cohesive relationship with the TLNA, with yourself, with city staff is important for the city in general. So yes, absolutely would love to work with TLNA throughout the process.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. And so just as a follow-up to Alder Rummel's question and the questions in regard to the traffic impact analysis be needing to be redone, would it be a significant issue if we would refer this for additional information on the traffic impact and to get the the final review of our traffic engineers?
Yes, and I can elaborate on that if you'd like me to.
Please. So
with this building, and with the multifamily component in general, lease up horizon is very important to the success of the building. Finishing in a spring timeline is incredibly important too, which gives us a July start for 2024. We're in design development mode right now. We are anticipating, and we are really tight to complete construction documents, that's CDs, by the time we need to start construction. We can't move forward on construction documents without approval of a product. If this does get referred, then we are more than likely, it's a high percentage chance we will not be able to move forward with the project this year, and potentially at all, considering if we move this out 12 months, what can happen to construction costs in a year timing, and the assortment of commitments that we've made to the public benefit with the affordable housing, with the public parking, with the LEED Silver certification, with the green roof, and all of those commitments we've made them based on construction costs, interest rates that are right now. And we're confident that we can continue to do so if construction costs change, which they do, and unfortunately they do not go down over time. There's a risk to all those great commitments we were able to make to the project.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any further questions of our registrants? Commissioner Mendez.
Yeah, so to follow up with that, do you have your TIA in process? Do you have somebody on board to do that, or are you waiting?
Yes. Yes, it's okay. Yeah, it's in process. It's fully, and I believe we have Amy Larson here with Grafe. It's really far along. Amy, I don't know if you're on or if you're registered to speak. I believe she is, but she can provide a lot of substance.
I don't see that she's registered. She could add herself. She's not currently registered there. Okay, Amy, you'll need to provide all your information. Go ahead and answer the question, please.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was the one who accidentally auto-filled as Madison Office. So that's why I'm
Thank
not
you.
registered. So this is Amy Larson with Grafe, civil engineer on the project. And I guess to clarify the language, we were hoping that Sean Malloy from traffic engineering would be able to be on this call to kind of speak to his comfort with the traffic, the projected traffic from this project, and his intuition that despite our counts on the site showing that our projected traffic would increase, he actually believes that the USPS building is being kind of phased out currently, which was why the existing traffic leaving the site was so low. So that is the reason that he's asked for us to resubmit our, and I'm blanking on the specific name of it, but our traffic projection memo,
TDM.
which was no, not TDM.
Okay.
So we had agreed upon submitting the traffic projection memo prior to Plan Commission, acknowledging that when we were meeting with him in December, we would not be able to do the counts until mid-January, which would not give us enough time to create our full design memo or our design report. And for this project, we're not doing a full traffic impact analysis. We've taken Sean Malloy's direction with the full scale of it, but we are preparing a full report. And I think as the city called it, or the city staff report called it, maybe an amended traffic impact analysis or an abbreviated analysis. So we have agreed with Sean to submit that to him early February. And so I just wanted to clarify, when Sean is asking for us to resubmit what we have already submitted and submit further information. The reason for resubmitting is that he believes we should be taking reductions from what we said the projected traffic would be from this building. He thinks it's too high. And he also thinks that what was leaving the USPS site is too low. So therefore, we're showing too much of an increase for the proposed development. So does that sufficiently answer?
Yes. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Heather, I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, but it sounds to me like the revised traffic impact analysis may give some new information, but it seems likely it's not going to be drastically different. It may just be a little more accurate. But there's still this unresolved issue of potential impacts on the bike boulevard in particular, as well as the intersection at Blount and East Washington. And there's mention in the staff report of future changes potentially, but I know that with other large developments, particularly along East Wash, developers have thrown in some money to help address those changes in traffic patterns and impacts. That would be difficult to do if we've already approved the project, if it was judged to be necessary, right?
Well, I think the condition that traffic engineering has is it is vague, but it does leave some room for the applicant to be on the hook for contributing to changes in the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard, for instance, if needed. I think that the Plan Commission could add some language to make that clearer, that based on, traffic engineering staff's review of the revised traffic study, the applicant may be required to contribute to improvements within or relating to the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard.
So that might be condition 20 that currently reads
Yes.
the applicant shall continue to work with
Yes.
TE on finalizing their traffic study to assess and address the impacts. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Just to follow up, I don't see any other hands raised. That's one of the things that is a concern of mine, that once this is all approved by Plan Commission, how can assessed impacts then be addressed if there's, the assessment that there is going to be a big impact on the bike boulevard? What can be done about it?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for my traffic engineering colleagues, but I believe that they require funds to be kept in an escrow as they're assessing whether or not they might need to invest in changes to the bike boulevard or other systems that impact it. That is one way. I think the mechanism here would likely be through a developer's agreement that city engineering, traffic engineering, and the applicant would enter into.
So right now, I think people would have to drive 2 blocks to get out to go east on East Washington. Would there be the potential to change an intersection so that they could get out to go east without driving 2 blocks on the bike boulevard? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding. Heather?
Yeah, with apologies, I don't have the details, but I do understand that traffic engineering doesn't expect improvements to be required at the North Blount Street and East Wash intersection as part of this proposal, based on what they know thus far. Let's see. I think it is indeed, maybe this is consistent with what you just mentioned. It is anticipated that a lot of trips will utilize East Mifflin Street to move toward North Patterson in order to then turn and access East Washington. So that's, I think, what you're saying, if they're looking to travel eastbound.
Mm-hmm.
So at this time, I don't think that they're looking at the likelihood of a major intersection improvement at North Blount, but they may be assessing, some needs to protect cyclists within the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard due to that likelihood of folks moving eastward on East Mifflin Street to Patterson.
Which, as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, even though the traffic might be about the same as what it is now, currently that kind of traffic specifically on East Mifflin Street is not occurring? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, Commissioner Mendez.
So Heather, could we on condition 22, would it make sense to add Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard to that one? It spells out traffic and street lighting and some other stuff. But if we called out including Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard, that would kind of speak to that being an area of focus as well, right? That we want.
It would, and thanks for pointing that out, Commissioner Mendez. This is a standard condition. The developer shall post a security deposit prior to the start of development. And this is really to cover changes needed to support future travel associated with the development. And so if the Plan Commission wanted to add a clause that just said including any changes needed to the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard to condition 22, that would definitely be in the spirit of that condition.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. I'm sorry. So, like when we do conditional uses, we have, I'm still kind of fussy about how do we manage the enforcement of those conditions. So I'm trying to understand what would be that different here if we approve. I guess what it was just recommended, will that cover us for whatever decision happens in the future? Because it means that if there are any changes, they will happen because the money will be there to make the changes happen. Is that what we are trying to say?
That is the idea.
Okay. Yeah, I will support a motion like that if someone wants to put it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. Just a couple of points. First of all, just a minor point that if people do want to go eastbound on East Wash, they can also go west one block on the Bike Boulevard, turn left at Blair, and then left at East Wash, which is slightly fewer stopping motions and is probably wise. It also would be on that block of Mifflin where there are no cars heading eastbound due to a blockage that fortunately is there. And that makes that section a little bit safer, at least for cyclists who are coming away from the square. Should there be a little more traffic. But that wasn't really my main point. In this condition, addition to the conditions that we're discussing, I'm a little bit nervous because if we're mostly talking about the Bike Boulevard, I don't think it's necessarily wise to require a deposit for something that's probably going to be included in a more comprehensive look at the Bike Boulevard that we heard about in 2024. So I think it's okay to include something, but I think it needs to be purposely a little bit vague because of the fact that we don't want to just put some traffic control measure at that intersection and then discover that the larger look at the Bike Boulevard requires some other treatments that could conflict with whatever we do. So the current language that Commissioner Mendez pointed out says, in the event that modifications need to be made to any city-owned blah, 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 maybe that's sufficient because who's to say it needs to be made or not be made? So maybe my point is moot. It's really up to staff, I guess, to decide whether something needs to be made. So maybe just adding some language about the Bike Boulevard is not a problem. I just wanted to make folks aware of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Just following up on Commissioner Heck, I had some of the same concerns. I guess, this is one development among a lot of larger developments, and it does seem, it sounds like there's going to be a larger review of the Bike Boulevard, and I'm just don't want to have the impression that I'd put all of the costs of that on one development. I also just want to note in terms of timing and process that at least in my experience, it's fairly typical for some of the plans and design for engineering work in the public right of way to be worked on with staff after approval. So, while it would be nice to maybe have the final report, I don't think it's necessarily out of the norm for this to be continued to work through with the engineering team. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. As I was thinking about all these really good comments about how people circulate around this major arterial, it struck me that sometimes when I go to Cargo and I park on the street, I cut across all those lanes at Blount Street and do a U-turn. And if you think of drivers like water, going the easiest route, I think that's also an option that many might take up. So I just wanted to remind you all of that. And I do appreciate this conversation. The neighborhood thinks it's really important. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions of staff? I have one, and maybe this is for, I see he's still on, Ian Brown. I didn't see where there were, and I could well have missed it, canopy trees included in this plan. Are there canopy trees planned for East Washington itself?
Yes, there are, Chair. There's actually 4 large canopy trees that are planned for planting. Let's see. Kentucky coffee tree, London plane tree, and hackberry. So 2 London planes, hackberry, and Kentucky coffee tree.
Cool. Okay. Those London plane trees can grow pretty quickly too, I think. So
Yep. And with this being an 8-foot terrace, and especially if we do that soil amendment too, I think
Wow.
there's really good potential.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
And I just want to confirm the demolition is first and then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should
Great, thank you.
specify. Yeah, demolition.
Thank you. I'll move that the Plan Commission find that the approval standards for demolition permits are met and approve the demolition of the commercial building at 702 East Washington Avenue.
And it's seconded by Commissioner Spencer. Okay. Did you wish to speak to your motion? Okay. Any discussion, comments? Seeing none, then we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes. Next then is the change to the standards of UDD 8 to clarify how stories are measured. Looking for a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
Trying to find phrasing for this, but I will move that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the UDD 8 amendment to clarify the number of stories and how they are measured.
Seconded by Alder Field. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim? Okay. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And then finally is the conditional use, several conditional uses. We need a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
I will will move that the Plan Commission find that the approval standards for conditional use are met and approve a 15-story mixed-use building in the TE district at 702 to 723 East Washington Avenue.
Which includes staff conditions.
Oh, including the conditions in the staff report, with an added condition that a management plan be provided to staff and the alder.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Mendez. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
Just briefly, it was great to see this come forward. I'm really impressed with the design. I think it's a really nice looking building, but also fits in well with what's existing on East Washington Avenue. And I appreciate that the applicant has been working closely with engineering and seems to be pretty far along that process and can wrap it up soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion? Yes, Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair and everyone. Well, it seems clear to me that you're going to support this, and I really thank you. This was a project I started on right as I was while I was actually campaigning. I met with the team and started talking about it, and worked really closely with the neighborhood and with planning staff, especially Kevin Furkow, as we worked our way through the 2 urban design district amendments. And that really sparked me with the first one, where we added more rationale to have the additional stories that were approved by urban design and you and the council. But that's where I came up with this, with working with staff, and I sort of this idea about affordable housing. And now it's not maybe the standard way we do it, but it gave an opportunity for a developer that doesn't normally do affordable housing to figure out maybe they could do something. And I just really appreciated the applicant and his team working with that, and I look forward to seeing that happen so that we can all say, look what we did. And I appreciate everyone's work on this. Thank you. And
thank you, Alder. Anything else before we come to a vote? Okay, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is agenda item 23, Legistar 81267, located at 506 through 518 East Wilson Street and 134 through 148 South Blair Street, Alder District 6. Consideration of an alteration to an approved plan development district specific implementation plan to allow outdoor recreation, weekly outdoor events, and special seasonal events in the parking lot for the adjacent restaurant taverns. Tim Parks, I believe you're going to brief us on this.
Yes, and before we do, we'll let Ian Brown leave. No street trees to be involved in the next 2 items on your agenda. Item 23 is a Plan Commission alum, which was last before you on May 22nd of 2023 regarding alteration to the specific implementation plan for the Comeback Inn, Essen House, and Up North pubs and the properties that contain those businesses. The applicant is once again asking for approval of an amended SIP to centralize or streamline the approvals that they have and would like to have for the outdoor uses in the parking lot that sits to the northwest of the businesses that are primarily fronting onto East Wilson Street. The applicant is asking for 3 outdoor uses, 2 of which have been approved in the past. The applicant is asking for the opportunity to further specify the 6 outdoor uses of the property that were first granted for the property in 1996 as part of the approval of the SIP for what became the Germania condominiums. As part of the zoning text for the Germania. It allowed for 6 outdoor events or festivals, some of which, and I quote, coincide with traditional local sports celebrations. The 6 outdoor events were included in the final zoning text in 1996 and have been used by the applicant Bob Worm off and on over those many years since. Under the proposed alteration, Mr. Worm is asking to identify 2 of the 6 events, one of which is MyFest, a weekend in May, and a one-day Oktoberfest, which is scheduled to occur in September. The other 4 events are undetermined in the 2024 letter of intent, and I want to emphasize the 2024 letter of intent because, again, this was before you last May on an application that was made in March of 2023. So just wanting to be very clear about what's being requested now, but the current letter of intent suggests that the 4 otherwise undefined events could include wedding rehearsals and receptions, family reunions, birthday parties, or events tied to a sporting event. The letter of intent indicates that neighbors would be notified of those 4 events 30 days in advance, but doesn't specify how. The events would run from 11 a.m. to 9. And as noted in the staff report and letter of intent, there's some further definition of events that would run on a weekend, what that would generally mean. The applicant is also asking once again to introduce live musical performance on a stage in the parking lot that would occur on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday from 4 to 9 p.m. From March 15th to November 1st on 2 performance spaces that are shown on the seasonal layout. The letter of intent indicates that there would be 1 event tied to each of the 3 establishments. So up north would host 1, Essen House, another, and then the Comeback, the 3rd. And then finally, the applicant received approval in 2014 for sand volleyball under the broader umbrella of outdoor recreation that they are once again asking through the current alteration request to incorporate that under the umbrella of approvals that they're seeking from the Plan Commission, indicating that the sand volleyball would occur 5:30 to 10 Monday through Friday and from 12 to 9 on Sunday. And it may also occur during other events that are being requested. Like we did for the alteration request that was before the Plan Commission last year. We have provided a Class 2 notice in the State Journal and also sent notices to the property owners and occupants of the properties within 200 feet of the Essen House Comeback plan development. And as a starting point for the consideration of this item, planning staff in consultation with the zoning administrator and director of building inspection are proposing effectively the same conditions of approval that were approved by the Plan Commission last May. It's important to note that the applicant chose not to effectively abide by that May 2023 set of conditions, one of which was that they basically had to sign the letter of approval, which is customary for land use questions like the one that's before the Plan Commission, but basically binding themselves to those conditions of approval. And instead, they operated under the 2014 sand volleyball / outdoor recreation approval for that use and the 6 seasonal event approval from 1996. And as far as staff is aware, that was all that they did last year. And so there are no current or there are no new violations pending against the property. In considering the current request, planning staff and zoning also propose to have a 1-year trial period for the alteration request, very similar to what we proposed last May. feeling that it would be important to make sure that, in particular, as it pertains to the live musical performance on the 3 nights, that can occur harmoniously with the neighborhood, which includes a variety of uses, including lodging and residential in close proximity. So we are once again proposing that if approved tonight, and if the applicant accepts the conditions of approval, that the approval would only be good for this calendar year, and that another alteration would come to the Plan Commission so that we can kind of see how the conditions worked, how the introduction of the live music 3 nights a week would work. And so we are proposing that. And also one other note on the proposal, staff is only recommending that the 2 seasonal events that the applicant has told us will happen, MyFest and Oktoberfest, be approved. We do not agree with the 4 otherwise undefined events. There's not a lot of information that has been provided about how many people that would involve. There is not information on how the 30-day notice would be provided as suggested in the letter of intent. And so we do not think that these 6 events, including 4 undefined events, should be approved, besides for the 2 that are clearly identified in the letter of intent. So in closing, planning staff is recommending approval of the alteration subject to the comments and conditions in the staff report. And I will be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I will open the public hearing. Bob J. Lives on South Franklin Street in Madison, is opposed and wishing to speak. Bob, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, thank you. I live in the 100 block of South Franklin Street here, and we want to see Bob Worm and company to follow the plan that we had in place last summer. And that was, from my understanding, 6 major outdoor events was what we agreed to, and 2 outdoor music events per week. And that would be from May 15th through September 15th. And the music would be from 4 to 9 p.m. Regarding the volleyball, they got grandfathered in their night volleyball to go to 10:30 because they said, oh, we already signed the contracts. And so we kind of said, okay, you can have your volleyball go past 9 o'clock. But the original plan was to keep volleyball going, but it had to end at 9 o'clock. And so we want to support our local businesses, but there needs to be a balance between the outside activities and the residents that live in that neighborhood. So quickly, we're fine with 6 events per year. They have to be defined. 2 outdoor music events per week. Do not expand that to 6. And the volleyball has to end at 9 o'clock, and the music has to end at 9 o'clock. That's what we all agreed to last summer. It worked fairly well, and I don't understand why we need to change it. So please keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. No one else is registered to speak. A few available to answer questions, including Kevin Burrow, Greenway Boulevard, Middleton, in support, available to answer questions. Representing Kanothi Bruce Architects, Sabine Drosty, Franklin Street, Madison, opposed, available to answer questions. And Robert Worm, East Wilson Street, Madison, in support and available to answer questions. My understanding is that he's the owner, even though it shows as not representing anyone. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Questions of any of our registrants? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I see that Christina Pirius has her hand up. She is Bob's daughter and wishes to speak. I don't know if she registered or what, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
No, she did not register.
Chair Zellers, I do have Christina registered as available to answer questions.
Okay, it's not on my list that I see. Then we would need to.
I'll ask her a question. Christina,
Okay.
what is it that you would like to share with the Plan Commission?
Christina?
Yes.
Okay.
My first question is Tim Parks said that this was approved in May. I believe it was approved in late June 2023. The 2 days a week and 6 events. And also my second question is for the 3 days that we were asking for music, I believe it was Sunday, Monday, and Thursday, not Tuesday. Can anybody hear me?
Yes. Did you have
Okay.
anything else that you wanted to speak to, Christina?
No, I just wanted to see if that was incorrect or if I'm mistaken.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of any of our registrants, and perhaps Tim during staff questions, we could find out about that question that Christina posed. Any other questions of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Questions of staff? Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, just a quick question for Tim. How usual is it to have once again, live music, sort of right next to bordering residential housing in Madison?
I would probably need a moment to kind of search around and find out where else we have live musical performance. I mean, it's not.
Edgewater. Sorry.
Hey, I'll take all the help I can get here. As I largely say nothing of consequence, so everybody else should feel free to jump in with their favorite answer too. We have I hear the harmony, Edgewater and Harmony. So I unfortunately don't have better answers, but we should leave the mics hot just in case anybody else thinks of something. We do customarily put limitations on outdoor amplified sound for outdoor eating areas. So this is probably a more extreme question there, where we're actually allowing musical performance, whether it's just the seasonal events which have music at them or the proposed programming 3 nights a week. And I did screen share the letter of intent, which did say Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday did cause brief heart palpitations, but I think I'm back to beating normally again, because that would have been one heck of a typo in my report. But no, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday is what's requested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Well, this one is kind of like a little bit weird for me. I'm still trying to get my head around this type of conditional use. We have similar, I have similar experiences at parks with events, special events and noise and cleanup and all that stuff. And then also at the ARC. So for both of those, for the parks area, for example, we require a full plan with the with a bunch of different things to mitigate the unforeseen situations or impact on the community. And then for the ARRC, we use data from NPD to see how what if there's any complaints or how many complaints are there, if there's any issues with the applicant. For this one, I'm still not clear on how do we make an assessment to give the condition, and I also not clear on how we monitor. Once we approve a condition, how would we monitor these type of conditions? So if staff can just give me a quick overview, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, if the Plan Commission approves the PDSIP alteration, the applicant would have to meet any of the conditions of approval, including signing the approval letter. And that's basically, for all intents and purposes, on the land use side of things, the contractor covenant that the applicant is going to abide by the conditions of approval. Most enforcement of land use approvals and of the zoning code is complaint driven in the city. So we would basically, once we see that the conditions have been signed, that the letter has been signed, that any changes to plans have been met, that any agency comments have been addressed, we're going to put these approvals out into the world. And then if something goes amiss, then zoning staff would typically be the party that would be asked to investigate whether the hours of operation are not being met, or if there's another specific condition on the performance of the outdoor uses that's not being met, that zoning staff would investigate that and then issue a notice of violation if that's necessary, or orders to basically correct the issue. And if it comes to it down the line that any issues are not being addressed satisfactorily, then it would in this case be referred to the city attorney's office for prosecution. We don't have continuing jurisdiction under this particular zoning approval like we would for conditional uses. So this is a somewhat different animal, if you will, in terms of how the Plan Commission would enforce or be involved in enforcement. And in this case, they won't be, but it would be a direct enforcement action by zoning. And there's also, it's important to note that there's a lot of crossover between zoning and any entertainment or liquor sale licensing that the applicant would need. So there's going to be alcohol sold in the parking lot. There's going to be entertainment provided in the parking lot. So any conditions that ALRC and the Common Council would put on the liquor licensing and the entertainment licensing for this, that's another opportunity. And I would actually submit probably a bigger hand or even bigger fist to potentially compel compliance with any conditions of approval that ALRC and Common Council would impose. And we would try to make sure that anything that is imposed at ALRC and Common Council doesn't conflict with any conditions by the Plan Commission, so that we don't have conditions working at cross purposes with one another.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that.
Did you
That's all I
have
got, things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. To follow up on Vice President Figueroa Cole's question and Tim's answer, which leads me to what I wanted to get to, is that this is a very unique situation that came out of a plan development. And it's not a typical or common, or I'm sure there may be similar examples, but I doubt it. And so basically, if we agree to whatever variation on these conditions, the applicant will still have to go to ALRC. Isn't that right, Tim, to get to the change of license premises and any of the other kind of things that ALRC would approve as a part of this whole package.
Correct. And that was one of the things that did not occur last year as well. I believe by the time the PD alteration came to the Plan Commission, there were applications pending before ALRC. I'm trying to recall the exact order of operations, but in addition to not or choosing not to abide by the land use conditions of approval, the applicant did not go to ALRC for the approvals that you mentioned, Alder.
Thank you.
Did you have anything further, Alder Rummel?
I have comments, so tell me when that's
okay.
Ready for that. Otherwise, I'm done.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? I don't see any raised hands, so Alder Rummel, why don't you go ahead with your comments?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the very comprehensive staff report. And so thank you, Tim. I just wanted to say that in general, I agree with everything in it. So let me itemize what that means to me. So the sand volleyball can be allowed, but I would ask you all to consider changing the request to and make the end time 9 o'clock. My constituents did remind me that, as Bob J mentioned, that the reason they were allowed to 10:30 last year is because they were sort of in the season already, and so we honored that. But presumably they're not in the season now, and so we could inform them that the sand volleyball could be from 5:30 to 9 Monday through Friday and 12 to 9 on Sunday. So that would be the first one I would call out. The second one, I agree that the timeline for these live music outdoor events would be May 15th through September 15th. And these are for the weekly events and would not, it would allow the Oktoberfest as a special event. But, for those two known events, I agree with staff's recommendation to do the two known events that were in the letter of intent, Mayfest and Oktoberfest. And if they wanted to come back for an alteration for any of these other events, they could do that. The next one would be this should be a 1-year trial. Because, honestly, I'm assuming this redevelopment proposal, which was mentioned in the staff report, while it hasn't been submitted, as far as I know, it's still moving forward. So that is, I think, ultimately the game changer to this, how they've been using the site. So it will eventually end, but if it's not ready to be started now, why not allow another year? I'm willing to support that. I think last time we had, and I support again, the live music should be Sunday and Monday only from 4 to 9 p.m. I would add a request that is not in the staff report and was not really addressed last year. In the maps that show the stage, there's one for the seasonal summer layout. It's C-1.1, and then there's a second one for like the special events. And in the seasonal summer layout, which would be for the weekly events, I would ask you to make a condition, or at least discuss and consider making a condition that the performance space located between the Ruby Marie and the Essen House be the only stage. There's another one at that kind of edge that's much closer to the Germania condos. And I would, if all three entities want to use the one stage and call it their own event, they should only use the one stage and not move around the site. So I would ask that would be a condition you would add. And thank you.
Okay, I think what we need next is a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission find the proposed alteration at 506 to 518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 148 South Blair Street is consistent with the SIP, and approve the request subject to the conditions in the staff report with 2 adjustments, that the sand volleyball end at 9 p.m. at Monday through Friday, and that the weekly outdoor events, that it be limited to 1 performance space between the Essen House and Hotel Ruby Marie.
Seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
No, I don't. I think everything has been addressed at this point. So thank you.
Okay. Any discussion of this? Commissioner Spencer.
Oops, I had to unmute myself. I think the volleyball was to end at 9 on Sundays as well.
Yes, I think so too. I don't know that you said that, Commissioner
I just
Sol.
wanted to make sure that
Yes.
I
doesn't
think
get-
it was already set to end
At 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Then agenda item 24, Legistar 77936, located at 5048 Thorson Road, Town of Sun Prairie, consideration of a certified survey map with the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction to create 2 residential lots. And again, Tim Parks, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. Briefly, 5048 Thorson Road is another request by the property owner, Gary Ziegler, to divide the property to create another lot for residential purposes. The subject site is a roughly 29-acre property that was before the Plan Commission in 2020 and again in 2022 to divide the property to create a roughly 2-acre lot in the along the Thorson Road frontage of the property. Mr. Ziegler is once again asking for a land division to create this time an L-shaped roughly 5-acre parcel, leaving a 24-acre it would leave a 19-acre parcel which contains his home on the property. Staff has reviewed this and don't believe that it necessarily meets the criteria for extraterritorial approval, which talk about long-term impacts on the city's ability to accomplish annexations and extend services to serve urban development. Also considering the development pattern that the land division proposes, whether it's a continuation of an existing development pattern or the creation of a new one. There's also compatibility with lot sizes, consideration of traffic generation, access noise, and visual features. In this case, staff is concerned that the project does create a development pattern that's inconsistent with its surroundings, which is different from the question that was before the Plan Commission in 2020 and again for reapproval in 2022 before that CSM was ultimately approved, which in that case we found that it did continue a modest pattern of development that existed on the east side of Thorson Road. However, in this case, we're concerned that the proposed lot is inconsistent with an existing development pattern. We would also be concerned with the fact that most of the property is located east of Thorson Road and connected to the road by a relatively narrow, by comparison, 66-foot wide strip. That sort of lot configuration could be a concern in the future with the ability to accomplish annexations or the extension of utilities. Staff will note, however, that the site is located outside of the boundaries of an adopted neighborhood development plan. The closest city adopted neighborhood development plan is just across Thorson Road in the northeast neighborhood planning area. And at this time, urban services are not located in that part of the northeast planning area, and that it could be many years, possibly a couple of decades, before an urban development pattern and urban services would extend through the nearby property in the northeast planning area to Thorson Road. And it's possible that, given the passage of time, that the Plan Commission could find that the land division is not inconsistent with the development pattern, or that it wouldn't negatively impact the city's ability to extend services or accomplish annexations, given the likely length of time before the property would have urban services proximate to it, and urban development would even be a consideration. So we have concerns about the proposed land divisions or land division. However, we feel that there may be an opportunity for the Plan Commission, despite those immediate concerns, to approve the project that's before it. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any registrants for this particular item, so we will move directly to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Tim, if Plan Commission were to share your trepidations about this, and would an appropriate motion, would there be any advantage to placing it on file without prejudice? Is this fixable to allay some of your concerns?
I don't know that it is fixable. This is a very uniquely configured parcel. And it, because of the configuration of the land, most of the property runs away from Thorson Road, and the land division would create a landlocked parcel that would be surrounded by the other lot created by the land division. And so the gist of extraterritorial plat approval is to give, in this case, the city of Madison the opportunity to weigh in on whether land divisions and subdivisions that would occur outside its limits, but within an area that it intends to grow into in the coming years, decades, to ensure that properties don't get divided up in a way that is going to impact our ability to grow into that area. And I think, unlike the CSM that was before the Plan Commission a couple of years ago, which created a relatively discrete, roughly 2-acre rectangle with road frontage, and left enough of the remaining property whole, this one takes that, larger property from 2022 and cleaves off 5+ acres with a panhandle connecting it to the road. And so now we have two properties that, because we don't have a cooperative plan with the town of Sun Prairie at this time, any annexation that would occur would be done in almost all cases with the consent of the property owner. And so when you have properties that you break into smaller properties, and then you have to have the property owners consent to annexation, it just makes it harder to create cohesive development opportunities as the city grows into this area in the coming decades. And so in this case, I don't know that whether we place it on file without prejudice, which is fine, it has much the same effect as a denial that, you know, ultimately the Plan Commission would be deciding if they're so inclined to find that the criteria are not met and saying that this proposed configuration is not approved. And if Mr. Ziegler would want to come to the Plan Commission with a new application, they certainly may. I will point out that we, unlike most of the certified survey maps that come before the Plan Commission, we have a little bit of time if the Plan Commission felt that because Mr. Ziegler nor anybody associated with his application attended the meeting tonight, that if you wanted to refer, we have until approximately the end of February to act on this certified survey map. This was actually a CSM that was submitted in the spring of 2023. We can't consider extraterritorial requests until we have written approval from the town and, when applicable, Dane County. In this case, we didn't get the town of Sun Prairie's written approval of the land division until November 27th of 2023. So we have 90 days from that day to act on this certified survey map. So in the absence of Mr. Ziegler's input or anybody affiliated with him, if we wanted to refer this to the next meeting, I could reach out to Mr. Ziegler and say, depending on the conversation of the Plan Commission would like to hear from you, Mr. Ziegler. Please plan to attend the meeting and say your piece about the project. I feel like that's probably worth noting, which we don't usually have that because we're usually butting up against that 90-day window.
Thanks. That was a great explanation. Wasn't Mr. Ziegler aware of this meeting?
He was.
Okay.
He was actually a little perturbed that we had our Zoom issue 2 weeks ago and contacted me wanting to know why we hadn't done anything. And I said, well, we hadn't done anything. I told your surveyor that we hadn't done anything because of the Zoom issue, and that they would be taking up his land division on January 22nd. So, I mean, he was aware.
All right. Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, we are in need of a motion. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I'll move that we refer this item to the February 5th Plan Commission meeting.
Seconded by Alder Field. Any comments or discussion?
I'm sort of giving the applicant the benefit of the doubt, and would I think with his input, perhaps we'll think differently, but we might as well take a couple of more weeks to give him that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to share a similar sentiment to Commissioner Heck, where I am skeptical that this proposal meets the required standard in its seemingly interruption of future development patterns. But I think it would be more fair to hear from the applicant if he wants to come speak to us first. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion to refer passes unanimously. Okay, is there any business by members? Don't see any raised hands. Secretary's report. Heather.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. Looking at the recent Common Council meetings, just wanted to note that the council did approve 3 zoning amendments: the Neighborhood House, 118 State Street, and then a series of minor text amendments to the zoning code as recommended by the Plan Commission. Looking forward to February 5th, we have 3 significant items. 139 West Wilson is a demolition and conditional use for a new 16-story building with 320 apartment units. 1410 Engineering Drive, this is an amendment to UW-Madison's Campus Institutional District Master Plan for construction of a new nearly 400,000 square foot academic building for a new College of Engineering. And then finally, a plat at Midtown Road, Marty Road, and Raymond Road, and a rezoning of property to accommodate what would eventually be 148 new lots for single-family residents, 96 lots for 2-family dwellings, and then 2 lots for future multifamily development, 1 mixed-use lot, and several public and private outlots. On February 26th, I think the one I'll mention there is the last one on the list, the 100 block of West Mifflin Street, seeking a demolition of 5 commercial buildings for a future redevelopment of that site. But it would just be the demolition in February. And I should note that Chair Zellers will be absent in February at both of those meetings, and Commissioner Solheim will serve as chair for those 2 meetings. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Alder Field, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Without objection, I will assume unanimous consent, and the motion to adjourn passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Have a good couple of weeks. Take care. Bye-bye.